Next, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Sean Taylor. All right, Sean Taylor, are you ready, my friend? Let it fly. That's a perfect strike, Sean, because here at Campbell Steel, they're all strikes. And ladies and gentlemen, last but certainly not least, we welcome Chris Taylor. All right, Chris, I saw what happened there, right? Please don't make run back to the backstop again. That would be outstanding. All right, Jeremiah, here he goes. Chris, let it fly, buddy. Boy, he's shaking you off. Oh, making it work on the last one. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have an extra round of applause for all of our ceremonial personages. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a very special welcome to our very own Finley. Here comes Finley. And next, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Uber.
This is Long Island Ducks baseball.
Swung on and ripped down the right field line. This one is deep. It is gone from CI to see you later.
2-0 here is well hit to right field. Drew Macias going back. Forget it, it's gone! A grand slam home run for Brian Nelson.
Justin Davies at the plate. The winning run at third. Crowd going nuts. Swung on. Bouncing ball left side. Off the mitt. Up third baseman Brad Strauss. Here comes Willie Rodriguez. Justin Davies has done it again.
Jason Johnson makes the catch. He makes the catch. And the Long Island Ducks have swept the Camden Riversharks. They are the 2004 Atlantic League champions.
Swing and miss for strike three. This ball game is over. The Long Island Ducks win it 5-4, and they are the champions of the Liberty Division. Line punt up the third baseline. Esquivel charging in. They're not going to have a play, and the Ducks are the champions of the Atlantic League here in 2012. And there is a mob scene of Long Island Ducks in right center field. They are the Atlantic League champions.
And now it's time for the Long Island Ducks North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital pregame show.
We're live here at Campbell's Field in Camden, New Jersey, and it is time once again for Long Island Ducks baseball. And tonight, the Ducks and the Riversharks continue their season series after the Ducks just took 3 of 4 at Bethpage Ballpark on Long Island. These two teams will meet again for 3, the opener of the 3-game series tonight here at Campbell's Field. Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Michael Pollack. I'll be bringing you the play-by-play for all 3 games here in Camden, New Jersey, as the series will begin here tonight, but it will begin a little bit delayed. They have just put the tarp on the field here at Campbell's Field, which means tonight's game will begin in a rain delay, and the expected start time was just announced here at the ballpark as 7:40 p.m. So we will give you the pregame show here, but we're going to begin tonight's game in a little bit of a rain delay as some dark, thick clouds starting to appear overhead here in Camden, New Jersey. Well, for the Ducks yesterday, it was another offensive slugfest, and it was Long Island who came out on top by a count of 10-4 to win 3 consecutive games over the Riversharks after dropping the series opener. And so the Ducks now have increased their season record to 42-44. They are also now 12-4 in the second half, good for first place in the division. They have a 5-game lead over both the Blue Crabs and the Blue Fish. So we recap yesterday's game, and for the Ducks, it got off to a good start in the bottom half of inning number 1. Ducks were able to get 2 runs in support of starter Nick DeBar, as Joe Ashbrodeen led off the game with a single to left field off of Rivershark starter Jake Hale. After a flyout to center by Josh Barfield, Brian Nelson singled to right. The 2 then pulled off a double steal after Hall had struck out. So with Castro at the plate, they pull off the double steal. Brodeen just gets in ahead of the tag at third base. So the Ducks with runners at second and third, and they had only 2 outs at the time, and that brought up Ramon Castro. 2-2 to Castro. Breaking ball line and down the left field line for a base hit. In to score is Brodeen. Around third and in to score is Nelson. It's a 2-out, 2-run single to left by Ramon Castro, and the Ducks have a 2-0 lead. So the Ducks up 2-0 on the 2-run base hit by Castro. Camden would get 1 back in the second inning as Nick DeBar hit Valentino Pascucci with a pitch to lead off the inning. Delwyn Young then drew a walk. And then D'Angelo Jimenez reached on a fielder's choice to put runners at the corners with 1 out for Johnny Drennan. He hit a chopper to second. Looked like it was going to be a 4-3 double play, but Barfield's throw to first was a little bit high. And so a run scored on the RBI fielder's choice, and it made it 2-1. Ducks, though, would get that run back in the bottom of the third inning, as with 2 out in the inning, Brian Nelson doubled to left, and that would bring up Bill Hall. 1-0. High fly ball in the air to left field, pretty well hit. Gomez drifting back to the warning track. At the wall, he jumps up, and he can't get it. It's off the wall. Nelson is in to score. Hall will stop at second. It's an RBI double for Bill Hall, and the Ducks lead it by 2 once again. It's 3-1 here in the third. So the RBI double for Bill Hall put the Ducks on top by 2. Long Island would add 2 more insurance runs in the 5th inning. With 1 out, they would get 4 straight men to reach. Nelson a single to right, Hall a single to right, Ramon Castro an RBI single to right, and that made it 4-1, and then Adam Bailey came to the plate. And a 1-ball, 1-strike pitch, swung on and grounded through the left side, a base hit. Hall around third, he's going to try and score. The throw to the plate from Gomez is offline. In to score is Hall. It's an RBI single for Adam Bailey. 4 straight hits with 1 out in the 5th, and it's 5-1 Ducks over the Riversharks. So the Ducks with a 5-1 lead at that point over Camden. They would tack on another in the 6th inning, as with one out, Joe Ashbrodeen single to left. He went to second on a ground out by Josh Barfield, and up came Bryant Nelson. 3-2 once again from Hale. He kicks, he fires, and Nelson swings and lines one in a right center, a base hit. Around third is Brodeen. He will come home to score. 4th hit of the day for Bryant Nelson. He is 4 for 4, and the Ducks lead 6-1 in the 6th inning. And as you hear it, 4 for 4 for Nelson yesterday. He ended up scoring 4 runs. He drew a walk in his 5th and final plate appearance. It was on base all 5 times, and the Ducks had a commanding 6-1 lead going into the 7th. Nick DeBar, the starter for the Ducks, took a no-hitter into that 7th inning. And he got into a long at-bat with Valentino Pascucci to start off the inning, and Pascucci ended up winning the at-bat by hitting a solo home run out to left center field, his 7th of the year. Broke up the no-no. It was the 2nd time this year that Nick DeBar threw 6 no-hit innings to begin a game. He did that in his first start as well when he threw 6 perfect innings before getting removed from the ball game because of his pitch count. So the Ducks had their deficit cut to 6-2. DeBar would then walk Young and Jimenez, and that would spell the end of his night. In out of the bullpen came Eric Threets. He got Johnny Drennan to hit into a fielder's choice before Michael Greco lined a single to right field that scored Jimenez. So that made it a 6-3 game, but Threets got Rice to ground out and Gomez to fly out to end the inning, and it kept the Ducks on top by 3. In the 8th inning, TJ Hose came in to pitch. Again, the Ducks were a little bit limited in the bullpen without the use of Jared Lansford yesterday, who has obviously been dealing with a little bit of some tiredness in the bullpen because he had pitched 2 long innings out of relief. So Lansford wasn't available yesterday. Instead, TJ Hose came in to pitch the 8th. He walked Wilson Valdez to start the inning. Then Valdez stole second, and Dionis Cesar lined a ribby single to right. And that made it 6-4. Valentino Pascucci then singled to center. So first and second, nobody out. Kevin Baez saw enough of Hose. Brought in the right-hander Josh Lansford out of the bullpen. Lansford had been battling some back troubles, but in out of the bullpen came Josh Lansford. Delwyn Young laid down a sac bunt to move the tying runs into scoring position, but Jimenez struck out, and pinch hitter Burt Reynolds grounded to short, and the Ducks had their lead intact. It was still 6-4. In the bottom of the 8th inning, Ducks, with their lead only cut to 2, would start to increase their lead, and they really put the game away with a 4-run bottom of the 8th inning. Starting off the inning was Lyons. He drew a walk. Brodeen would strike out. But then Josh Barfield doubled to right to put runners at second and third. In the inning, there were 4 wild pitches from Jordan Ellis as well, 2 of which scored runs. Bryant Nelson would score a run on one of the wild pitches after Bill Hall had hit an RBI single to left that scored Josh Barfield. So the Ducks had already gotten 2 at that point, and then Ramon Castro came up to the plate. And this pitch on the ground towards the middle, and it gets through for a base hit for Ramon Castro. Trotting home from third is going to be Bill Hall. Castro with 4 RBIs on the night, and it is now a 10-4 Ducks lead here in the 8th inning. So a 10-4 lead for the Ducks at that point with that 4-run, 4-hit, 4 wild pitch inning for Long Island. They also drew 2 walks in the inning. In the 9th inning, Daniel Herrera came on to try and close it out. He gave up a pair of hits in the inning, 1 to Rice, 1 to Valdez, but he got Dionis Cesar to ground it short on a nice play by Dan Lyons to end the game. And the Ducks had held on for the victory as they took the game 10-4. 10 runs, 16 hits for the Ducks, 1 shy of their season high of 17. No errors for Long Island. They left 10. 4 runs, 6 hits. No errors for Camden. They left 8. Winning pitcher was Nick DeBar. 2nd straight start with a win for him after not picking up one up until that point. So he improves to 2-6. Jay Cale, the loss fell to 1-1. Game took an unmanageable 3 hours and 40 minutes at Bethpage Ballpark in front of a crowd of 5,671 fans. So the Ducks have won 3 consecutive games. They'll try and make it 4 here tonight and get off to a good start in this 3-game set against the Camden Riversharks. Again, tonight's game will be pushed back to start time. It was originally scheduled for 7:05. Tarp is on the field, though, and game time is now scheduled for 7:45 p.m. We'll continue here on the pregame show after this. When we come back, I am joined by Ducks catcher Ramon Castro, who had 4 runs batted in the Ducks win yesterday. We'll talk with Ramon after this here from Campbell's Field.
Hi, this is manager Kevin Baez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Clarion Hotel and Conference Center in Ronkonkoma. Uncover the perfect balance of memorable, award-winning service and the most central location Long Island has to offer. The Clarion Hotel and Conference Center is located less than a quarter mile from the Islip MacArthur Airport with a state-of-the-art health and fitness center, high-speed internet access, a world-class outdoor pool, and the great food and fun inside the Brickyard Bar and Grill. There's never been a better time to visit the Clarion Hotel and Conference Center. Best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Clarion Hotel and Conference Center, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 585-9500 today. That's 631-585-9500. North Shore LIJ, Southside Hospital in Bayshore, is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding health care right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Back here at Campbell's Field, where the tarp is on the field here tonight. Prior to tonight's game between the Ducks and the Camden Riversharks, again, the game is going to begin in a little bit of a rain delay, and the first pitch time has been pushed back to 7:45. Well, Ramon Castro yesterday had a great day at the plate. First game for him since Tuesday. He had 3 hits and 5 at-bats, including 4 runs batted in, and I had the chance to catch up with Ramon before tonight's game. All right, Ramon, 4 runs batted in for you yesterday as part of the series-clinching victory for the Ducks. Talk about your day at the plate yesterday and what was working well for you.
Yeah, I was feeling pretty good at the plate. Hopefully I keep doing what I've been doing, and the goal here is to make the playoff in the second half and win everything like last year.
You seemed like you were a little bit well-rested at the plate when you had gotten up there, and that your confidence was up. You seem like you're having better at-bats as well at home plate. Do you feel like you made progression over the course of the whole year with your at-bats?
Yeah, I've been working a lot with Brian, Josh, all those guys in the cage, and I heard a lot of advice from Brian. He's a veteran guy. He knows me, and I was in minor league with him, so we've been working. It's been working for me, too.
You talked about you've been working a lot with Joe Ashburdine to help yourself. And it's kind of funny seeing a guy with 13 years of Major League experience learning a little bit from a guy who's never played in a Major League organization. Just talk about the relationship that the two of you have.
He's my oldest son, and I have 3 daughters and a son, George Bourdin. So I'm learning from him a lot, especially he's a guy that never played an official ball, and he looked like he's the one that had the 13 years in the big league playing this league. So I learn a little bit from everybody here, so I keep for me what is good.
Joe Ashburdine was named the Player of the Week this week in the Atlantic League for a terrific week. And it just seems like every week he continues to get better at the plate. Talk about what you've seen from him this year and how impressed you are with the way he goes about his business and is able to succeed in all different tools of the game, not just offensively, but in the field as well, running the bases.
Yeah, he's a big guy, but he's fast, though, too. And he's been lit up, and since he's been lit up, he's been dealing. And defense, every position you put that guy out there, he's going to do the job for you.
Do you feel like if he gets an opportunity to play with a Major League organization that he could play and excel up to the Major League level?
Definitely. He got the tool for that, so hopefully he get the chance.
Well, talk about here against the Riversharks. This is going to be game 5 in a row against this team. You've won 3 of the first 4. What do you think has attributed to your success against the Camden Riversharks of late?
Pitching. For me, it's pitching. Today we got Bernard, pretty good pitcher. He give me 6 or 7 innings, so I'd be good. Then the bullpen take care of business.
Nick DeBar is a guy who has struggled at times this year pitching, but his last 2 starts have been spectacular. What did you see from him on the mound yesterday when he took a no-hitter into the 7th inning?
Actually, I didn't know he had a no-hitter in the 7th. I just stay in the middle with him. His ball moved basically everywhere, sing, sometimes cut. So I stay in the middle with him. Every pitch, try to throw in the middle. And let the ball work, like sing or cut, and it's been working for him.
Another guy who has been extremely well and that you've seen a lot behind the plate is Dontrell Willis, a former teammate of yours with the Marlins. Are you surprised, too, that he hasn't gotten an opportunity to get signed by another Major League organization here with his time with the Ducks, considering he has the league's best ERA right now?
Yeah, Dontrell is a horse, He go out there and compete, and he's been pitching great here. I don't know what's happening, but don't give up, man. I always tell him, don't give up, keep pushing it, man. So something maybe need you, and maybe at the end of the year you're going to get picked up.
Yeah, talk about what you've seen from his stuff. At the beginning of the season, it seemed like he was trying to work through some things, trying to readjust and pick up his pitches, and now it seems like he's just going out there with all the confidence in the world.
Yeah, he just need to go out there and compete. He know what he can do. I know what he can do. He just need to go out there and throw strikes.
This year's the first time you're catching John Brownell. He is here on the mound tonight to start off this 3-game set. Talk about the pitcher that John Brownell is and what you expect to see out of him tonight.
Yeah, he got 4 pitches. Basically, fastball, cutter now. He landed cutter like a few starts ago, and he's been dealing. Hopefully today he give me, like I say, 6 or 7 innings, and we'll be okay.
Now, you mentioned that the pitching has been a big key of late, but the lineup has been spectacular. Yesterday, 10 runs, 16 hits. You guys set a season high with 11 runs in that crazy victory on Friday night. Talk about the lineup right now. Is this the best time you've seen the lineup, the way they're producing so far this season?
Yeah. We have a great lineup. Basically, we have guys here that can play anywhere, So we just got to continue to play hard and let the ability take care of business and win games for Long Island.
And finally, just talk about what you think the key is going to be to this series to try and get your 6th consecutive series victory in the second half.
Pitching. I always tell you, pitching. We're going to hit. Pitching. Keep the team in the ballgame. We'll be okay.
All right, Ramon. Well, congratulations on the great game yesterday and another series win, and best of luck here in Camden.
Appreciate it.
That is Ramon Castro, the catcher for the Long Island Ducks. In the lineup tonight, he will bat 4th. And Castro yesterday with 4 runs batted in. He'll try and mimic that again here tonight once this game begins. And as of now, we are in a rain delay, and the game scheduled to begin at about 7:45 p.m. We'll keep you updated here on the status of tonight's game as well as on the Ducks official Twitter, twitter.com/LIDucks. We'll take one more break here on the pregame show. When we come back, closer look at tonight's game in the pitching matchup. Right-hander John Brownell for the Ducks, right-hander Josh Walter for the Riversharks.
Hi, this is Steve Foucault, pitching coach for the Ducks. You're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
North Shore LIJ, Southside Hospital in Bayshore, is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Amy Cornella, age 17.
Last year, 49 people a day died from a totally preventable national public health problem. 49 people a day were killed at the hands of drunk drivers. So the next time you're drinking and you're thinking about driving, ask yourself, do you really want to add to this list?
Elijah Anthony Michael Burrow Sealy, age 2 months.
Stay alive. Don't drink and drive. A message from Suffolk County Stop DWI.
Back here in Camden, New Jersey, where the tarp is on the field, and we are in a rain delay before tonight's game between the Ducks and the Camden Riversharks. Originally was scheduled to begin right about now, but we are pushed back until about 7:45 p.m. We'll keep you updated on the status of tonight's game here and on the official Twitter of the Long Island Ducks, twitter.com/LIDucks. Well, taking a look at the pitching matchup for tonight's game, right-hander John Brownell will go for the Ducks. He is 8-5 this year with a 3.94 earned run average through 17 starts. He's the Atlantic League leader in strikeouts with 86 and the Atlantic League leader in complete games with 4, and trying to bounce back after a tough outing last time this past Wednesday against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. He got the win, and the Ducks earned the win in a 10-6 victory, but he struggled. He gave up 6 runs, all of them earned on 7 hits in 5 innings, walked 5 and struck out just 2, but it was the most runs he had allowed on the season, most earned runs he had allowed since way back on June 1st at York when he allowed 6 earned runs and 7 runs total. So Brownell will try and bounce back here tonight against the Riversharks, who he has pitched against 2 different times, both of them here in Camden, New Jersey. He got a win one time with a complete game shutout on May 20th, and he got a no decision the other time, going 5 innings on June the 19th. On the other side, it'll be right-hander Josh Walter who will go for the Camden Riversharks. He enters tonight 4-9 with a 6.14 ERA through 18 games and 17 starts this season, so he has certainly had his struggles. His last time out was another one of those struggles. took the loss as he went 6 innings on July the 17th, that same day, Wednesday, here against Lancaster. 6 runs, 9 hits in 6 innings, walked 2 and struck out 2 in a 7-4 Barnstormer win. In fact, Walter's last win coming back on June 20th here against the Ducks when he allowed just 3 runs on 7 hits in 6 1/3 innings in a 9-3 Riversharks win. He had previously pitched against the Ducks on May 20th here opposing John Brownell, and he took the loss, got roughed up for 7 runs on 8 hits in 2 2/3 innings. So we'll see which of those 2 Josh Walters shows up here tonight, but the Ducks have gotten off to a great start so far here in the second half. They have won all 5 series they have played, and they are 12-4, leading the Liberty Division by 5 games over both the Blue Crabs and the Blue Fish. And they are 6.5 games against the up against the Riversharks, who enter tonight at 6-11 in the second half, 30-57 overall here in 2013. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll update you one more time on the status of tonight's game, and then we'll leave you with the soundtrack of the Ducks 2004 Championship DVD as we wait out the rain delay here tonight in Camden, New Jersey.
Hi, this is Bud Harrelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
North Shore LIJ, Southside Hospital in Bayshore, is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Hi, I'm former Major Leaguer John Franco. Growing up in Brooklyn, I dreamed of playing professional baseball. My dad, a city employee, worked hard so I could live out that dream. The team at MCU is a lot like my dad. They're New Yorkers you can count on, and they'll work hard to help you reach your financial goals.
Municipal Credit Union has a full range of financial services that make sense in today's economy. Join today. Call 1-866-JOIN-MCU or visit nymcu.org.
MCU, strong, trusted, growing.
Back here at Campbell's Field, where tonight's game between the Ducks and the Camden Riversharks in a rain delay. First pitch time now scheduled for 7:45 p.m. as it has not rained yet, but the tarp is on the field and they are expecting some weather to come through. So rather than start the game and have to have both pitchers sit in a rain delay after just starting the game, they are going to wait it out and start at about 7:45 p.m. Again, the Ducks have won 3 straight overall, all 3 of them coming against the Riversharks as they took 3 of 4 against Camden this past weekend at Bethpage Ballpark. They'll play 3 more games here this week, 7:05 p.m. tonight, obviously now delayed, 7:05 p.m. tomorrow night, and then 11 a.m. here on Wednesday before they head to Bridgeport for 4 more games. Ducks ended up going 5-2 on the homestand, and they were also rewarded individual-wise, as Joe Ashbrodeen today was named the Atlantic League's Player of the Week for this past week. He had 3 home runs, 8 RBIs on the week, scored 12 runs. A terrific week for him, and he was honored with the Atlantic League Player of the Week award. Well, we're going to send you now to the soundtrack of the 2004 Championship DVD for the Ducks, and we will keep you updated here and on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucks with the status of tonight's game, and as soon as we have an update, you'll have an update. Keep it right here on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball, and online as well at LIDucks.com.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. Hi, I'm Chris King, the radio and TV voice of your Long Island Ducks. 2004 was a very special season for the Ducks, both on and off the field. From the first pitch of spring training until the final out of their championship victory, there were packed houses, nail-biting wins, and enough excitement to last a lifetime. During the Ducks' first ever trip to the Atlantic League playoffs, each of their 6 games was decided by just 1 run, with the Ducks winning 5 of those. In putting together this championship DVD, We'll take a walk down memory lane and take you step by step through the Long Island Ducks 2004 Atlantic League Championship. Following another close call at the end of the 2003 season, the Ducks had finished second in 6 of 8 halves through their first 4 seasons of play and still had never qualified for a playoff spot. After a winter full of organizational meetings and player signings, the team headed down to spring training loaded with talent, brimming with confidence, and eager to prove that this team was different.
Well, when we got down to spring training, it was we kind of realized that this was kind of a special group of guys. And we all clicked from the very beginning, and our mission was, you know, if we're going to be in the independent league and nobody's going to give us an opportunity to go play in organized ball, then we're going to try to do the absolute best that we can with our team. And like I said, we felt like we had a special talent and a special group of guys, and it was our goal to go out and win the championship.
He is all business on that 5th day. I tell you, he has his good times and whatever, and keeps everybody loose up to that point. And then, it's business day.
I expect to win, and I expect to win pretty much with the whole pitching staff. When you get Bill out there, he's going to fight you. He's going to fight you to the end. He never wants to come out, and that's always good.
Of the 25 players on Long Island's opening day roster, 14 had major league experience, highlighted by a pitching staff that featured Bill Pulsifer, Matt Beach, Matt DeWitt, Bill Seamus, and Lance Davis, all of whom had experienced success at the big league level.
Every spring training, especially with the Ducks, you go into it of not knowing how long you're going to keep your guys, and that's always a concern. But when we walked down on the field the first day, when Pulsifer and Seamus showed up, there was no longer any worry of what type of clubhouse we were going to have. The camaraderie was there just with those 2 individuals, and as a coach, as a manager, when you know your camaraderie is good, it solves a lot of problems. So everybody else was going to fit into place. All the guys that we had from the previous year, we knew were very good guys, very good individuals, and we pride ourselves with the Ducks of bringing in good individuals, not just statistics, but they got to be good people to play here. And as soon as we had those 2 guys, we knew we were set.
As the season began, Long Island came out of the gates on fire, emerging victorious in each of their first 6 games.
4, and the Ducks win the game. Final score, Long Island Ducks 5, Pennsylvania Road Warriors 4.
By the end of the season's first month, Long Island was on a roll, in first place with a 16-7 record.
We had a lot of guys returning from the year before, with myself and Barty and Doug and JJ and stuff. Well, those guys, I know they remember the hurt that we felt in that last game and how close we were to it. And then getting guys like Pulsifer and Seamus and Lance and Beach and those guys in the beginning of the year, we knew we had a staff that could take us all the way. Of course, the big question was how long were we going to have them for, which comes across every year with the Ducks, is that we start off great, and if somehow or another the guys get picked up, which is what the league is for, and but it hurts our team club, and we never seem to make the playoffs because we got guys leaving, and sometimes you just can't replace those guys.
By mid-June, however, 3 of Long Island's top pitchers had been signed to major league organizational deals. Clint Weibel was the first to go, followed by Matt DeWitt and Matt Beach. Following their departures, the Ducks hit a skid, and, following a July 5th loss at the hands of the Nashua Pride, found themselves 1 game behind the arch-rival Bridgeport Bluefish with just 7 games remaining in the season's first half. Despite regaining their footing in the following series against Pennsylvania, the Ducks found themselves needing a sweep of Bridgeport in the half's final series in order to earn a berth in the Atlantic League playoffs. All the Bluefish needed was 1 victory in the 3-game set, and the Ducks' playoff hopes would be dashed yet again. And the Ducks would have to do it against their arch-rivals on the road in a ballpark in which their playoff dreams died in the last week of the 2000 season. They'd also have to do it in a ballpark where they'd only won 13 times in 37 games coming into the season. You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible. And thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
The three-game series with Bridgeport between the July 10th through the 12th was quite an exciting series, and it was great to have the fans coming over. I mean, there was so many little facets of that particular series that was going into play that not a lot of people, unless you've been around and been a part of the Long Island Duck organization for a while, would really understand the complexity of it. With that veteran team that we had, you know, we knew that if we just went in and played one game at a time, which is of course very cliche, but yet it's very applicable for the situation. You know, if we win the first couple of games, you know, that we would put the pressure back on them, and that's what we did. The Monday night game, you know, after it being called after the 9 innings, was very frustrating for all of us, both teams in general.
I know the feeling after the game that last night when it was raining, we were in the clubhouse and we were going, this can't happen. I mean, we can't end it like this. We had just come back. I mean, we battled our butts off, you know, and so did Bridgeport. I mean, it was a great series that we played against them. We beat them the first 2 games of the series. It came down to that last game. They had scored a couple runs in the beginning, and we fought back to tie it. And you know, it came down to the 9th inning, and we were playing in the rain the whole game. And when they called the game and took us off the field because of the rain, it was kind of mind-boggling. It's like, what are we doing? We've been playing in this for 9 innings, and all it takes is we finish 9 innings. You know, the next person to score will win.
So the Long Island Ducks headed home. The July 12th game was declared a tie, with a new August 9th game rescheduled to be played in its entirety and no playoff spot yet secured. Despite the fact that they had come so far, the Ducks had no closure. The second half would begin on Friday night, but there was still 4 weeks of baseball to play before the first half champion would be declared.
So we start the second half of the season. We don't know who the first half champion is, and we're going to play that game 2.5, 3 weeks out. It really kept the tension around here at a certain pitch. Certainly kept all the fans' interest. We started to point our whole season towards one game, and that's sort of good and it's sort of bad. For the fans, it was you know, high drama. For us in our organization, it was high drama. For the ball players, so we were all focused in on that August night.
And while the Ducks would have to wait for their chance to play for their first ever playoff spot, they would continue their pursuit of individual and team records that would fall during the magical 2004 season.
The Ducks' second half playoff drive has begun. But wait a minute, what about the first half?
Good question.
Something you've never even heard in baseball. You know, just like, let's put off the first half until a month later.
Because of a rainout, the Ducks and Bluefish have yet to decide who won the North Division. They'll replay the game in its entirety August 9th.
I mean, we definitely had momentum in our favor, and it was just too bad that it just had to stop like it did.
To have it end like that was really disappointing. we have some guys that do real well now. Who knows if Doug, Camara, Barty, or Pulsifer is going to be here come August 9th.
That could really change
And, they were a big part of our team.
"19 days and counting till August 9th.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. When August 9th finally arrived, the team and its fans were ready.
My guys are ready to go. They're ready to play this game. As I'm sure these guys are too. I mean, it's about the playoffs. I mean, there's a couple reasons why these players are all here in this league. One, to get back to organizations, and the other, get in the playoffs. And here it is right here on the table for them. So now it's whoever's the hungriest.
With more than 700 loyal Duck fans in attendance in Bridgeport, everything was on the line once again for Long Island's hometown team. In a game dubbed "One Game for All the Marbles" by Bridgeport officials, the Bluefish took an early 3-0 advantage against the Ducks and starter Brian Rico.
Count 1 ball, 2 strikes to Avila.
And again, Lou, the rosters of these teams is quite different from what it was the last time we played this game on July 12th. The Ducks do have Garrick back. The Bluefish have Willis Otanez and DJ Boston back, but Long Island has lost Bill Pulsifer, Lance Davis, and Manny Ulloa, 3 of their best pitchers who've gone on to affiliated teams.
Beautiful pitch on the inside corner, and Ricard ends the inning, but
the Ducks showed their mettle, battling back and tying the game on Camara Barty's 2-out, 2-run home run in the 5th inning off Bluefish ace Tim Kaine.
Delivers, swing and a miss, tied him up inside, and Kaine works ahead 0-2.
And a chance for Camara to get some retribution, Lou, as it was Camara Barty who popped out to second base back in the 3rd inning with the bases loaded and 1 away. So he gets another chance here to at least drive in 1 run if he can bring in Cole Liniak from second.
Oh-2 pitch, swung on and drilled to deep left field. Going back is Otanez. It's gone. A home run for Barty. A 2-run shot. And we are all tied at 4.
Well, for Camara Barty, his team-leading 18th home run.
We were down early, so we were like, all right, now we got to fight back. But once he hit that 2-run home run and we're dead even, it's a whole new game. It's like, all right, it's 0-0. Now it's our game. We have the momentum. Let's take it. Let's go all the way with this.
Now Andrew Salvo. Be interesting to see if he tries to bunt here.
I would think so.
Bridgeport thinking bunt. Lou Ulloa now coming in at 3rd, and Salvo bunts it. It's a good-looking bunt, and they're going to go to first. For a second, Sherman thought about going to second, but then got the sure out at first base. Salvo does his job, sacrifice bunt, sends Rodriguez down to second, and he is the potential go-ahead run for the Ducks.
Well, Andrew Salvo practices that bunt every day in batting practice, and in the biggest spot of the season for Long Island, he comes through. Has manager Don McCormack there, playing small ball here in a tie game, and now he hopes that Kevin Baez, who's had the best defensive play of the game for Long Island, can come through with some offense.
Well, the Duck fans making some noise now. Baez and Justin Davies will try to give the Ducks the lead. Baez swings and lifts it deep down the right field line. Pennyfeather is there, makes the catch. Rodriguez is going to try to go. Pennyfeather's throw is into the stands, and Rodriguez will score on the overthrow. Long Island takes the lead. It's 5-4 Ducks.
Well, can you believe it? Will Pennyfeather, who had the best catch of the game for the Bluefish and one of the best arms in the Atlantic League, just threw one into the seats, into the Duck fan section. And as he did, Luis Rodriguez, who was tagging, is able to circle 3rd and score. The Ducks have their first lead of the game in the top of the 9th on a Will Pennyfeather overthrow.
With the Ducks now holding a 1-run lead, Long Island called on closer Bill Seamus for the final 3 outs.
And the Bluefish now down to their last strike.
Much like they do at Citibank Park, the Duck fans are on their feet throughout this ballpark, hundreds of them, standing and cheering for what they hope will be strike 3.
No balls, 2 2 strikes to Boston. Seamus gets the sign. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. The Long Island Ducks have won the first half championship in the Atlantic League's North Division. And the Ducks will go to the playoffs for the first time in franchise history.
And you see the jubilation on the mound. It has taken them 4 years, 3 months, and 12 days since the first pitch in franchise history was thrown back in April of 2000. But there will be postseason baseball on Long Island come September for the first time ever. And that guy, Bill Seamus, is the happiest man on the field.
The Ducks battle that.
Once.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane.
Once we got to that last inning once we brought Seamus in the 8th, and we got through that, and knowing that, our cards are on the table. Everything that you kind of laid out before the game, how you want the game to go, and everything is just, it's right there for you. You just stick by your game plan that you pretty much had thought out, and when it gets down to it and it comes to, here it is, right on the table for Mr. Seamus, and the guy we've counted on the whole time. And it's like I've said before, he's one of them guys that you count on night in, night out. And it was just kind of a relaxed excitement watching him, because he just kind of manhandled Darryl Boston. It was really not much of a contest. And it was just, after that, it was such a relief, to finally get on the board with that first one, that the three of us, me, Buddy, and Dave, just kind of was embraced, and we let them do their thing on the field, and it was a relief sensation.
Following a dizzying post-game celebration, the Ducks returned to the reality of the second half. With 7 of their pitchers now gone and pitching for affiliated teams, the team struggled in the month of August, posting a record of 14-16 with a 5.63 ERA. With the key pitchers now departed, it was clear the Ducks' playoff hopes would depend on a promise made by a group of pitchers all the way back in spring training known as the Band: Bill Seamus, Bill Pulsifer, Matt Beach, and Lance Davis.
Those guys, upon leaving, vowed to us that if they didn't get called up to the big leagues, they'd come back, and the rest is history. Those people came back, and we played 7 consecutive one-run games.
Well, those at the end of the first half, prior to us having to reschedule the August 9th game, I remember being in the dugout and talking with Pointer about, and this is a guy that's won a World Series at the Major League level, and we both had the same feeling of playoff baseball. Doesn't matter where you're at, Little League or on up, it's just a special feeling, and that's the real reason that true baseball players play, and that's to have a chance to win a championship. Not for the money, not for the fame, not for anything like that. It's just to go out and compete at the highest level of your league, wherever it be, and you to be the top of it. It's really a special thing, winning a championship. And there's plenty of guys that play their whole careers and don't even make playoffs, let alone win a championship at any level. So it's really a special thing. And when a group of guys gets together and accomplishes something, it's camaraderie. It's a very special thing.
On September 14th, the leader of the Band, lefty Bill Pulsifer, was the first to make good on his promise to return. Within 5 days, Seamus, Beach, and Davis followed suit, and Long Island's once awe-inspiring pitching staff was back at full strength just in time for the team's first ever playoff appearance. The first playoff game in franchise history was on the road on Tuesday, September 21st, 2004 at historic Holman Stadium in Nashua, New Hampshire. The Nashua Pride held a 10-8 advantage over the Long Island Ducks in the regular season, and they featured an explosive offense led by former Major League All-Star Dante Bichette. Despite rallying late in the game, the Ducks fell 3-2, and their playoff hopes were in danger just 1 game into the best-of-3 series.
Yeah, you'd like to, you'd like to win that first game, but we were coming back home, so I thought it was a great game, and up there we just didn't, we didn't make our move late in the game like we normally do, and then you come back here and you have all this enthusiasm. You have this 4 years of frustration, which is more in-house than it is the new players that came in. They had nothing to do with being defeated. There are a couple guys here, Justin Davies and Doug Jennings, who had gone through all these close losses for all these years, and then you have the fans who had gone through that.
Yep. You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. After dropping Game 1 of the Atlantic League North Division playoffs in Nashua, the Ducks returned home to a raucous Citibank Park for the first home playoff game in franchise history. The sellout crowd had waited 5 years for this night to arrive. 6,322 strong and armed with thundersticks was in full throat as Bill Pulsipher headed out to the mound.
The first playoff game here at Citibank Park was obviously very personal to me and very special for me. And I've been to Super Bowls, and I've been to Final Four in college basketball games, and been to a tremendous amount of, played in a few championship games myself. But this was, from the time I walked from my office to my seat, it was like I was in the game, and so were 6,000 other people. This was an electric night for the fans and for our whole organization. I mean, it really felt like I had to put my chin strap on, actually, and get ready to play. Almost had that football game feel into it, not a baseball game. So it wasn't lost on anyone in the house that night how important this game was, and that we were really ready to play that baseball game.
After Pulsipher exited with a one-run lead in the 7th inning, relievers Jordan Zimmerman and Joe Cotton got the game to the 8th inning for Bill Seamus, who slammed the door shut on the Nashua Pride with a 6-out save. With a 3-2 victory of their own, the Ducks were headed to the decisive Game 3, with Lance Davis headed to the hill. Davis was dazzling in Game 3, tossing 7 2/3 innings of shutout ball before giving way to Joe Cotton, who closed out the 8th inning. And while Davis was brilliant, his counterpart on Nashua, former Duck Denny Harriger, was equal to the task, leaving Long Island clinging to a 1-0 lead going into the final inning of play.
Interesting, we're going against Denny Harriger, who we had let go, and we always thought with Denny, if you can get him early, you're going to get him big. And we got him a little bit early, but then he settled down and pitched a great game. He really pitched a great game, and I was just amazed at the pitches he was throwing, where he wanted to. But we just had better pitching that day. We had Lance Davis and we had Bill Seamus, and they didn't.
After Seamus closed out the Pride in the 9th, the Ducks had clinched the North Division title and were headed to the Atlantic League's championship round. The post-game celebration was subdued as the players in the clubhouse knew there was still one more mountain to climb. The Ducks would battle the Camden Riversharks in a best-of-5 Atlantic League Championship Series starting Friday night, September the 24th at Citibank Park in Central Islip. Game 1 of the Atlantic League Championship Series was a high-scoring affair, with Long Island leading 10-6 in the top of the 9th inning and the bases loaded. Manager Don McCormick turned to Joe Cotton to get the game's final 2 outs. For once, Long Island's bullpen didn't respond, as former Montreal Expo Chris Widger stepped to the plate and hit a grand slam home run to tie the game at 10. In extra innings, it was Justin Davies who took center stage and played the hero. The original Duck, who had amassed over 500 games in a Long Island uniform, was now in position to register his first game-winning playoff hit. Facing Camden's Evan Thomas with Jason Johnson on third and 2 outs, Davies lined a shot to right field with 2 strikes to deliver an 11-inning, 4-hour and 22-minute Ducks win, and a 1-0 series advantage heading into Saturday night's Game 2.
Well, here we are in Game 1 of the championship series. game's tied. I think it was in the 11th inning, or 12th inning. I know it was extra innings, and I came up with 2 outs facing Evan Thomas, who just recently came back from winning championship with Buffalo in AAA. 2 down and ran on, I think he was on third. And he got 2 quick strikes against me. And I'm saying, all right, I know he's going to try and end up throwing a curveball really low inside. And because he had a really good curveball and trying to throw it low and into the lefty, trying to get me trying to ground out somewhere. So I just kind of relaxed, took a deep breath, and just tried to put the bat on the ball and let something happen. I wasn't really aiming for the hole, to hit the ball between first and second. I just saw the ball, I saw the break, stayed with it, put the bat on the ball. And once I saw that ball go to the infield, it was just a shot of adrenaline just went right through me. I can't believe I did it. I hit the base, win a hit. But I mean, it's a tribute to my teammates because, guys had to get on base. Guys had to put me in that situation. We had to fight. We had to score 11 runs in the first place in order to get there.
You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible, and thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com. We now return you to our trip down memory lane. In Saturday night's Game 2, first baseman Doug Jennings began the proceedings with a first-inning 2-run home run that staked Long Island to an early lead. For the second consecutive night, Justin Davies played the hero, singling off the glove of third baseman Brad Strauss to drive home Rodriguez for a 5-4 win in the game and a 2-0 Ducks series lead.
I remember sitting in the dugout a couple innings before saying, it'd be cool if I had the opportunity to do this again. And it finally presented itself, I was like, wow, I mean, this is something else. I mean, here I am, I have an opportunity to do this. But I was facing Rizzo. And that's a guy that I don't really care to face. He's a left-handed thrower, he's got a hard cutter. He's a really good pitcher, and I said, all right, this is not going to be easy. And once again, I just tried to put the bat on the ball and make something happen. I think I had less than 2 outs this time. And the infield was in, Brad Strauss was in, and I just hit a little chopper right over his head. Nothing great, nothing too fancy, just luck of the bounce, and we did it. And I remember seeing that ball going over his glove and saying, holy cow, this is unbelievable. Let's do that again.
With the series switching sites to Campbell's Field in Camden, New Jersey for Sunday night's Game 3, the Ducks sent their best to the Hill, Bill Pulsipher, to try to clinch the Atlantic League Championship. Camden broke out on top early, plating 3 runs on 4 hits in the top of the first off Bill Pulsipher, and the score remained 3-0 into the 5th inning, with Riversharks ace Lincoln Mickelson tossing a no-hitter against Long Island through the first 4 innings. After Jason Johnson singled to break up the no-no, Rusty McNamara scalded a shot down the left field line that scored Doug Jennings for the first Long Island run. Matt Garrick followed that with a sac fly to left that plated Johnson, cutting the Camden lead to 3-2. In the 7th, Long Island took the lead for good as McNamara drove home Jennings for the tying run, and Kevin Baez was hit by a pitch with the bases loaded to give Long Island its first lead of the game. After Long Island went quietly in the top of the 8th, manager Don McCormick called once again on closer Bill Seamus. The appearance was the first for Seamus since his save against Nashua in the deciding game of the divisional playoffs, and McCormack, along with the hundreds of flock faithful in attendance, was hoping for more of the same. Seamus didn't disappoint. After setting down the Sharks 1-2-3 in the 8th, he retired the first 2 batters he faced in the 9th inning before allowing a single to Chris Wakeland.
He comes to the belt with his glove, and the 0-1 is popped in the air, right center field. Justin Davies going over with Jason Johnson. Jason Johnson makes the catch! He
hoist the trophy in this, their 5th anniversary season, and they are mobbing each other outside the Long Island dugout. The entire team is there.
The Ducks became the first team in Atlantic League history to win every playoff game of their championship march by just one run. A storybook ending to a magical season, original Duck Justin Davies was named the Atlantic League Championship Series MVP. In the series, Davies had 2 walk-off game-winning hits, batted .385 with a triple, 4 runs scored, and 3 RBI. You're listening to the soundtrack of the Ducks Championship DVD, 2004 Long Island Ducks, A Season to Remember. The Long Island Ducks baseball game is currently being delayed due to inclement weather. We will update you on the status of the game as soon as possible. And thanks for listening to Long Island Ducks baseball exclusively here on LIDucks.com.
We are back here at Campbell's Field in Camden, New Jersey. Just about time for baseball. Rain delay is over. It did not rain here, but we had the tarp on the field, and now here is tonight's national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
Very nice national anthem here tonight at Campbell's Field. A young man singing the national anthem here along the first base line, and we are just about set for baseball here, a little bit delayed on this Monday evening. And my name is Michael Pollack. Thanks so much for joining me here on your Monday night. The Ducks and the Camden Riversharks opening up a 3-game series here this evening after the Ducks took 3 of 4 from the Riversharks at Bethpage Ballpark over the weekend, Thursday through Sunday. And so the Ducks will try and continue their winning ways here tonight against Camden. It'll be right-hander John Brownell going for the Ducks, and it'll be right-hander Josh Walter going for the Riversharks. Let's take a look at the Ducks starting lineup tonight that will face right-hander Josh Walter. Leading off and playing first base is Joe Ashbrodeen, the Atlantic League Player of the Week, as chosen by the Atlantic League here today. Josh Barfield is the second baseman. He will bat second. Brian Nelson at third base, hitting third. Ramon Castro is the catcher. He's in the cleanup spot tonight as Bill Hall gets the night off. Batting fifth and playing right field is Adam Bailey. Ray Navarrete serves as the designated hitter. He will hit sixth. P.J. Phillips in left field tonight. He will bat seventh. Craig Binnick, the center fielder, hits eighth. And rounding out the order is the Ducks shortstop. That is Dan Lyon. So Bill Hall gets the night off. He and Ralph Henriquez will serve as the bench players for the Ducks here this evening. And Long Island will try and keep the offense going. 10 runs, 16 hits yesterday, 4 runs, 9 hits on Saturday, 11 runs on 13 hits Sunday. And the offense has been red hot for the Ducks of late. They've gotten some pretty good starting pitching as well. And we'll see if the Ducks can make it 4 straight victories here tonight in a ballpark where they have had some troubles this season. Ducks came here 2 previous series. They were here May 20th through the 23rd, and they won 3 of 4. But then they were back here June 17th through the 19th, and they lost 3 of 4, including back-to-back heartbreaking losses in a single-admission doubleheader. The Riversharks won both games in walk-off fashion 6-5, and those 2 losses really eliminating the Ducks from first-half contention in the Liberty Division. So, ready to go is Joe Ashbrodeen as he steps up to home plate. Riversharks have a little tradition here where all the fans will stand on their feet and clap until the first pitch is thrown. Light crowd on hand here on this Monday night, partially with the weather. Hot, humid night here in Camden, and of course also the potential rain that was supposed to come through but never did. First pitch is on the way to Joe Ashbrodeen, and it's outside for ball 1. We're underway here tonight at 7:51 p.m. Brodeen, a switch hitter, batting left-handed. And the 1-0 from Walter. There's a strike on the outside corner, and the count even at 1-1. Brodeen's second best batting average in the Atlantic League at .337. He's got 11 homers, 42 runs batted in, and he grounds one here towards the right side. Well off first base is Delwyn Young. He bobbles the ball, then throws to first, and the throw goes wild. And Brodeen is going to reach safely. Not sure what Delwyn Young was thinking there. He ranged all the way over to his right, well in front of the second baseman, D'Angelo Jimenez. And if Young had just gone to first and Jimenez got the baseball, that would have been an easy out, and they're going to rule an error on Delwyn Young. It's his 7th of the season, and the Ducks have the leadoff man on here in the first inning. So Brodeen reaches, and that's going to bring up the number 2 hitter for the Ducks, second baseman Josh Barfield. Barfield will hit from the right side. And the first pitch here to Barfield. And it's taken for a called strike, 0-1. Barfield is at .300 for a batting average this season. 5 home runs and 25 runs batted in. 0-1 in the righty-righty matchup. Swung and popped in the air foul, first base side. Young gives it a look, but this will be well back into the seats. And that runs the count to 0-2 on Barfield. So the runner at first is Barfield with nobody out. He has great speed. Or check that as Brodeen. He's got great speed. Infield shades Barfield slightly to the left side. And here Barfield grounds one to the left side. In the hole, the shortstop Valdez can't get it. It's in the left field, a base hit. So the Ducks immediately get 2 men on an error and a single. Brodeen goes to second. Barfield is at first. And the Ducks have 2 on, nobody out for the third baseman, Brian Nelson.
The third baseman, number 21, Brian Nelson.
So here comes Nelson to the plate, switch hitting third baseman who will bat from the left side. So the Ducks trying to take the early lead. They scored 2 runs in the first inning yesterday. Good start for the Ducks in yesterday's game, and we'll see if they can do so here again today against Josh Walter, who's had his ups and downs this season for the Riversharks. First pitch, taken low, and that is ball 1. Brian Nelson on the season at .287, 10 home runs, 44 runs batted in, had a monstrous day yesterday at the plate with 4 hits and 4 at-bats, and he drew a walk as well. 1-0. There is a strike on the outside corner at the knees. That'll even up the count at 1-1 on Nelson. Defensively for the Riversharks, Yasser Gomez in left field, Billy Rice in center, and Burt Reynolds around in right on the outfield. We'll give you the infield after the upcoming pitch. Walter gets the sign from Raul Padron, the catcher, and the 1-1 just outside. And now 2 balls and a strike. Dionis Cesar at third, Wilson Valdez is at short, D'Angelo Jimenez at second, Delwyn Young is at first, and behind home plate doing the catching is Raul Padron. 2-1 count here on Nelson. Brodeen leads at second and Barfield at first with no one out. Top of the first inning. And the pitch. Swung on a grounded back towards the middle. Valdez fields. He will step on second for 1 and throw to first for the double play. So Nelson a hard ground ball up the middle, but Valdez had him played perfectly. It's a 6-3 double play. And on the play, Brodeen crosses over to third. So now 2 out for the Ducks and a runner at third base. Any runs that score from this point on will be unearned. That's going to bring up the cleanup hitter. The catcher is Ramon Castro. Again, Bill Hall, typically in the cleanup spot. He gets the night off here tonight. Travel from Long Island to Camden today, a little over 2 hours of a trip. And the first pitch here, Castro swings and pops it foul. First base side out of play, the count 0-1. Castro was our guest on the pregame show today. He had a very good day at the plate yesterday with 3 hits and 4 RBIs. Now hitting .251 on the year with 6 homers and 24 runs batted in. Here comes an 0-1. Walter kicks and fires, and Castro takes way up and outside. And that'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Raul Padron doing the catching today for the Riversharks after he got the day off yesterday. And newcomer Michael Greco was behind home plate. 1-1 pitch. Swinging a foul ball back to the screen behind home plate. And the count now 1-2 on Ramon Castro. No score as we play in the top of the first inning here at Camden, New Jersey. Game delayed by about 45 minutes at the start. And the 1-2. Swinging a line drive in a right field towards the line. Long run for the right fielder. Reynolds, he dives, and he cannot make the catch. Brodeen will trot home from third. Castro chugging for second. Here comes the throw, and it is not in time. It's a bloop double down the right field line for Ramon Castro, his 5th run batted in the last 2 games. And the Ducks strike first. They lead it 1-0 here in the opening inning. So RBI 25 on the year for Ramon Castro. And Castro, who does not run all that well, picks up his 7th double of the season. Unearned run as Brodeen scores from third after Brodeen reached on the error. So a runner at second base now with 2 out, and that'll bring up the 5th hitter of the inning. It's right fielder Adam Bailey. First pitch to Bailey, and he takes a fastball strike, count 0-1. Bailey at .258 this season, 9 home runs, 35 runs batted in. So for the 2nd straight game, Ducks have scored in the opening inning. And now it appears that there is some light rain falling. Here Bailey takes up and outside. That'll even up the count at 1-1. Again, the game started off in a bit of a delay. But no rain ended up falling, and now there is a very light rain falling. Here Bailey swings, pops it foul, third base side out of play. And the count goes to 1-2. Thanks so much for joining us here on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball, and the official website of the Ducks, liducks.com. Inside and low here to Bailey. So a count of 2-2 here on Bailey with 2 out and a runner at second. Ducks have the early 1-0 lead, and the 2-2 swinging a slash foul down the left field line. That'll go into the seats, and we'll do it once again with 2 balls and 2 strikes. This is the 3rd of the Ducks' 4 visits scheduled here to Camden, New Jersey this season. Again, they were here May 20th through the 23rd, and then June 17th through the 20th. 2 4-game series. Ducks won 3 of 4 and then lost 3 of 4. 2-2. Swinging a little tapper here past the mound. The second baseman Jimenez will field and throw to first to get Bailey by a couple steps. That'll retire the side in the first. Ducks, though, get a run on 2 hits and 1 error. They leave 1 man on base, 1.5 inning complete here at Campbell's Field tonight. It's the Ducks 1 and the Riversharks coming to bat.
Hi, this is Ray Navarrete, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Northeast Facility Supplies is the official janitorial supplier of the Long Island Ducks, serving all of Long Island, both North and South Fork locations to better serve you. We're located in Ronkonkoma and have a complete range of janitorial supplies for all your facilities' needs. Whether it's paper, plastics, chemicals, machinery, or equipment, no business is ever too big or too small for us. Don't forget to ask about our price match guarantee. Visit us on the web at www.nefaci.com or give us a call at 631-563-8119.
Few places on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Back here at Campbell's Field, we go to the bottom half of inning number 1. Ducks have an early 1-0 lead, and the Ducks and Municipal Credit Union have teamed up this season to present the Walk with a Purpose promotion. Every time a Long Island Ducks player walks, Municipal Credit Union will make a donation to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Municipal Credit Union serving members since 1916. Well, let's take a look at the Riversharks lineup. That will face right-handed pitcher John Brownell here today. It'll be Yasser Gomez leading off in left field, Wilson Valdez at short. He will bat second. Hitting third and playing third is Dionis Cesar, and in the cleanup spot is the designated hitter Valentino Pascucci. Batting fifth and doing the catching, Raul Padron. Delwyn Young is at first base. He hit sixth. D'Angelo Jimenez at second, batting seventh. Hitting eighth and playing right field is Burt Reynolds, and rounding out the order is the center fielder, P.J. Phillips. Or check that, excuse me, Billy Rice, the center fielder, rounding out the order. So right-hander John Brownell on the mound, trying to improve to 9-5 here this season. And at the same time, he is also trying to rebound from a tough start his last time out. So leading things off will be the left fielder Yasser Gomez. He will bat from the left side, and John Brownell will take the mound for the Ducks, who are wearing their gray jerseys here tonight on the road, while the Riversharks wear their alternate blue jerseys with the Camden C on the front. First pitch on the way from Brownell. Fastball is in for a called strike, and the count 0-1. Umpires tonight, Aaron Freeman behind home plate. Alan Barnfield is at first. Chase Edmondson around at third. 0-1. Breaking ball, check swing. They appeal to third, and Edmondson says he went around, so the count goes to 0-2 quickly on Gomez, who is at .296 this year. No homers, 20 runs batted in. Brownell's 0-2. Fastball missed up high. Now ball and 2 strikes. Ducks take the early 1-0 lead in the first inning. And now the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball hit on the ground to the right side. Brodeen can't get it. Diving try, but it gets into right field, a base hit. So on a 1-2 pitch, Yasser Gomez singles, and the Riversharks have the leadoff man on here in the first. Well, we'll see how long today's game takes, but the last few games between these two teams have been long ones. 3:40 yesterday to play 8.5 innings in the Ducks win. It took 3:19 to play 9 innings on Saturday night, and it took 3:22 to play 10 innings on Friday night at Bethpage Ballpark. So 3-hour-plus games between these two teams. Not quite Yankees-Red Sox, but yesterday's game certainly felt like one of those. A long time it took before the Ducks ended up winning it 10-4. First pitch, Valdez squared a bunt, but he took low and outside for ball 1. Valdez, the shortstop and number 2 hitter for the Riversharks. And he enters tonight with a .267 batting average, no homers, and 15 runs batted in. It'll be a 1-0 upcoming from Brownell. Gomez leads at first. And the pitch, Valdez squares again. He takes a strike on the outside corner. And we'll even up the count at 1-1. Gomez has pretty good speed over there at first base. One, there goes Gomez. Pitch is taken low for a ball. No throw down to second. So it's going to be an easy stolen base there for Yasser Gomez. And that is stolen base number 13 on the season for Gomez. He is now 13 of 14 in the department. Riversharks now 76 steals this season. They have been caught 15 times. Camden certainly has been one of the biggest stolen base threats in the league this season. 2-1, Valdez squares again. He bunts it foul at home plate. So, twice, Valdez squared a bunt and ended up once taking a strike, once fouling one off for a strike, and now the count even at 2-2. And Brownell will try and get one out and keep the runner at second base here with the Ducks leading it by 1. So 2-ball, 2-strike pitch upcoming. Brownell gets the sign, looks back to Gomez at second. Now deals, swinging a foul ball to the top of the screen behind home plate. And we'll do it once again here with a count of 2-2. Quiet crowd here early on at Campbell's Field. And the 2-2 from Brownell. Kicks, fires, swung on and bounced to the right side. He does his job. Barfield throws over to first for the out. Crossing over to third base is Gomez. And so runner at third with one man out. And that'll bring up the third baseman, Dionis Cesar. First pitch misses outside for ball 1 to Cesar. Cesar, the third baseman, hitting from the left side. And a 1-0 upcoming from Brownell. Works out of the stretch, deals, and Cesar takes low and away. 2-0 now on the third baseman, who is hitting .245 this season. 3 home runs and 20 runs batted in. 2-0 pitch upcoming. Corner infielders playing in. About halfway, maybe a little closer. And here Cesar takes a fastball that just missed the inside corner. Looked like a good pitch there from Brownell, but he doesn't get the call. And now they count 3-0. Lights on all around here at Campbell's Field. Cloudy skies overhead. A 3-0. Here's a fastball strike. And it's 3-1. Wind is blowing out towards the left field foul pole right now. Pretty steady breeze blowing here, providing a little bit of relief on this hot, humid night in Camden. 3-1, up and away for ball 4, so Brownell walks Cesar. A single, a stolen base, a ground out, and a walk, and the Riversharks have runners at first and third with only one away, and that'll bring up Valentino Pascucci.
Number 29, Valentino Pascucci.
So Pascucci comes to the plate. He is the big power threat for Camden here this season. He has hit 7 homers and 73 at-bats thus far. 7 of his 21 hits have gone over the wall. And Brownell's first pitch to him. Swung on and fouled off the mask of the catcher, Ramon Castro. Looked like that hit him right on the top part of his mask, and the count is 0-1. Pascucci, 21 of 73, 288 batting average, 7 homers, 15 runs batted in, and yesterday he broke up the no-hit bid for Nick DeBar with a leadoff home run in the 7th inning. A good long at-bat. I believe it lasted 9 pitches, and Pascucci knocked the last pitch to the scoreboard in left center on Long Island. Count of 0-1 here. Runners lead at first and third, 1 out for the Riversharks. And the 0-1. Upstairs from Brownell, and it'll even up the count to 1 ball and 1 strike. Infield shifted around here. Nelson close to the line at third. Lyons a little bit over at short, and Barfield shades Pascucci up the middle. 1-1. Inside, it missed for ball 2. Brownell behind in the count here, 2-1. Riversharks being patient here early on against Brownell. already had to throw 18 pitches here in this first inning. Pascucci, the 4th hitter to bat. Here's a 2-1. Breaking ball low and outside, and now Brownell behind 3 balls and 1 strike. So Brownell 1 pitch away from walking Pascucci, which will load the bases for Raul Padron, who waits on deck. And the right-hander's 3-1 on the way. Swung in and grounded through the right side. That is going to be a base hit. In to score from third is Gomez. On his way to third is Cesar. It's an RBI single through the right side for Valentino Pascucci, and we're tied at 1 here in the first. So Brownell falling behind a couple hitters here, and he has given up the 1-0 lead. RBI number 16 on the season for Valentino Pascucci. And the score now tied at 1. That was a slow hit ground ball, and again, Barfield had Pascucci shaded up the middle, and Pascucci saw the big hole on the right side and put it through. And it gave Cesar enough time to go from first to third on the play, so still runners at the corners, and still only 1 out in a 1-1 game, and that's going to bring up Raul Padron, the catcher. First pitch misses low for ball 1 to Padron, who hits from the left side. He is hitting .298 this season with 7 home runs and 38 runs batted in. 1-0 pitch upcoming. Brownell gets the sign, delivers, and it's popped in the air foul, third base side. Nelson chases towards the stands, but that will be well back into the seats. And that evens up the count at 1-1. Brownell this season is 8-5. He's got a 3.94 ERA in 17 starts, 4 complete games, 2 shutouts, and an Atlantic League leading 86 strikeouts on the year. Here comes a 1-1. Pitch from Brownell. Padron swings and grounds one foul into the Riversharks dugout on the first base side, and then it caroms back onto the field. So the count is now a ball and 2 strikes, and Brownell looking for a ground ball here to try and get out of trouble, looking for the double play grounder. Each team now with 2 hits and each team now with 1 run. Here comes Brownell's 1-2, time called, as Padron asks for time at home plate. Infield played straight away now, middle infielders at double play depth. Brodeen holding on the runner at first. And now Brownell with the 1-2. Pitch is a check swing foul ball, third base side of home plate. Padron wanted to hold up, and ball came in and hit the bat, so the count stays put. Defensively for the Ducks, P.J. Phillips is in left field tonight. Craig Binnick in center, and Adam Bailey around in right. On the infield, it's Joe Ash Brodeen at first, Josh Barfield at second. Dan Lyons at short, Brian Nelson at third, and Ramon Castro behind home plate. 1-2, breaking ball. Oh, that just missed the outside corner. Looked like a good pitch there from the right-hander Brownell, but Aaron Freeman doesn't give him the strike call. That evens up the count at 2-2. It's going to be tough for Brownell if he's not getting those pitches here tonight. And now the pitch from the right-hander. Swung on and grounded to the right side, off the glove of Brodeen, and it trickles out into right field. In to score from third is Cesar. On his way to third is Pascucci. It's an RBI single, I believe. Yep, RBI single for Raul Padron, and now 2-1, Camden leads it. So Padron picks up the base hit again. Brownell getting the 2 strikes, unable to put away the hitter. For Padron, it's his 39th run batted in of the year. And for a second straight start, Brownell struggling for Long Island. So the Ducks were able to get the early lead. But Brownell here has allowed 3 singles and a walk here in the opening inning. And that is going to bring the first baseman Delwyn Young up to the plate. First pitch from Brownell to Young. There's a fastball strike on the outside corner, count 0-1. Young hitting .223 this season, 9 home runs and 42 runs batted in. Riversharks now out hitting the Ducks 3-2, and again the offense is in charge here early in this game. 0-1, swing and a miss. Good fastball that time from Brownell, and the count 0-2. So 3 straight have reached after the ground out by Valdez. A walk to Cesar and back-to-back RBI singles by Pascucci and Padron. And Brownell's 0-2. up and away for a ball. The count goes to 1-2. And the right-hander's pitch count sky high already. 29 pitches already here in the first inning. Hoping for the ground ball double play to get out of it, with Young at the plate. And the 1-2 on the way. Swing and a tapper foul. Just getting a piece of it there was Young. He stays alive, and it's still 2-1 in the game and a 1-2 count. Riversharks are in last place in the Liberty Division. Here in the second half, they are 6-11. They're 30-57 overall this season. When you look at the way their lineup has been producing in terms of pesky at-bats and finding ways to get on base, it shocks you to see a record like that. 1-2. Fastball called strike 3. This one over the inside corner. Young does not like the call, so he's going to have a little bit of an argument here with the home plate umpire, Aaron Freeman. And he is not happy, despite the fact that Brownell had a couple pitches that seemed close and didn't get called strikes. First strikeout for the right-hander, 2 away. And that'll bring up the second baseman, D'Angelo Jimenez. So here is Jimenez, the second baseman. He's the 7th man to hit in this inning. 2-1 Riversharks lead it. And Jimenez will bat from the left side. First pitch on the way. And there's a fastball strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Jimenez hitting .205 this season. 2 home runs and 14 runs batted in. It'll be an 0-1 from the right-hander. Brownell gets the sign and the pitch. That just missed the inside corner. And it evens up the count at 1-1. Tonight's game delayed by about 45 minutes at the start due to some potential rain that never ended up coming through. 1-1. Line foul up the first base line. That stayed fair. That was 2 runs, and it would be a 4-1 game, but fortunately for the Ducks, it went foul. And now the count of 1-2 with 2 away. Riversharks have runners at first and third here with 2 out. They lead it by 1. Important for Brownell here to get the third out and get out of further trouble here in this opening inning. Could be a big slugfest here today. The Riversharks, with the way they have started and with the struggles Josh Walters had this season. Here's the pitch. It's on the outside corner, strike 3 called. Back-to-back strikeouts looking for John Brownell, and he gets through the first inning with no further trouble. But the Riversharks do score 2 runs on 3 hits and a walk, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We have played 1 full here at Campbell's Field tonight, and it's now the Riversharks 2 and the Long Island Ducks 1.
Hi, this is James Hauser, left-handed pitcher, and you're listening to the Ducks Baseball on Ducks' official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Now that Metrex is the official nutrition bar of the Long Island Ducks, they're fueling their powerful lineup with delicious high-quality protein to support lean muscle and strength. So that in 2013, the Long Island Ducks can have their best season ever. Uh-oh. Metrex, shaping every body.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc pavers pave your way.
Well, the Camden Riversharks have taken a 2-1 lead over the Ducks as we go to the second inning, and it is time for the Ducks injury report, which is brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapist of the Long Island Ducks. The only Duck to talk about is right-hander Leo Rosales, who remains out on the inactive list. He has a calf injury. He will miss a couple weeks. Josh Lansford had been battling a back issue, but he was able to pitch in yesterday's game, and he pitched a very important inning in relief. Came on for TJ Hose after Hose had allowed a couple of singles and a walk in the 8th inning. That made it a 2-run game, and the tying runs were on first and second, nobody out in the 8th. Lansford came on, got Young to lay down a sacrifice bunt, struck out Jimenez swinging, and got Reynolds to ground a short to get out of the threat and keep the Ducks in front by 2, and Long Island would thank him with 4 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning to pad the lead and help secure the victory. So the Ducks have won 3 straight entering tonight. They trail by 1 here in the second. And it'll be Ray Navarrete, P.J. Phillips, and Craig Binnick due up against the right-hander Josh Walter. So Walter ready. And the first pitch of the at-bat is in for a strike to Navarrete. Count 0-1. Navarrete at .242 on the year, 2 home runs and 20 runs batted in. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Navarrete takes, and the breaking ball misses low to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Riversharks now out hitting the Ducks 3-2. Here's a 1-1. Breaking ball, line in the air to left center field. Long run over for the left fielder Gomez and the center fielder Rice, and they collide a bit, but the center fielder Rice somehow hangs on to it and makes the catch for the first out. It looks like the left fielder Gomez shaking up a little bit out in left. And the trainer for the Riversharks, Jason Kopak, getting up to the top step to see if he needs to go out there, but I think Gomez is okay. Navarrete robbed of a hit, and there's 1 out here in the second. Great job by Rice to hang on to it after the 2 both converged in left center going after the baseball, and Rice stuck up his glove, made the catch, and hung on to it despite hitting into the left fielder Gomez. So 1 out, the base is empty. Here's the left fielder, P.J. Phillips, and he takes a strike from Walter. Josh Walter on the season is 4-9. He has a 6.14 ERA through 18 games and 17 starts. And his 0-1 on the way. That's in for another strike to Phillips. Count quickly 0-2. 89 in the third innings for Walter, 98 hits. He has walked 41 hitters and struck out 43. Few too many walks there for Walter. 0-2. Breaking ball hit on the ground here up the third base line. It's a fair ball. Cesar Fields. A long throw is low, and a nice scoop out of the dirt by Delwyn Young at first to retire P.J. Phillips. He saved Cesar on that play. Phillips was hustling up the line, but can't beat it out. So 2 away, and up will step Craig Binnick. Josh Walter is 3rd in the Atlantic League with those 41 walks entering tonight. Dontrell Willis of the Ducks 4th behind him at 38. Willis has the best ERA in the Atlantic League. First pitch here to Binnick. That drops in for a called strike, and the count 0-1. The rumble you hear in the background is a train heading from Camden over to Philadelphia across the Ben Franklin Bridge beyond the center field wall. 1-0. And that is in for another called strike. Walter quickly getting ahead here in this second inning of the Ducks hitters. Count 0-2. Walter working quickly as well. Gets the sign from Padron. Check the count is 1-1. And here missing outside for a ball. And the count goes to 2-1. Pitch on the way from Walter. Binnick hits one high in the air, deep to left field. Going back is Gomez. Warning track at the wall. He looks up, and you can forget it. Craig Binnick with a solo home run over the left field wall. His 2nd long ball of the season. And the Ducks answer right back and tie the game at 2 in the top of the 2nd inning. Craig Binnick showing off some power here early on with his 2nd home run of the season. A solo shot to left field with 2 out and 1 strike here in the 2nd inning. So the Ducks have pulled back even. We're tied at 2 here in the 2nd inning. Base is empty, and with 2 out, Dan Lyons will come up to the plate. Right down the left field line here at Campbell's Field. It's 325 down both lines, 405 to straightaway center. And the first pitch here to Dan Lyons popped up a mile high on the infield. Who's going to get this? All 4 infielders converging, and it's the second baseman D'Angelo Jimenez who makes the call on the catch. So Lyons retired on 1 pitch, and that retires the side in the second. Ducks, though, tie the game. A run on a hit, the solo home run by Craig Binnick. And after an inning and a half here at Campbell's Field, we're all tied at 2 here on the Ducks official YouTube channel.
Hi, this is shortstop Dan Lyons. You can follow me on Twitter at @TheDannyLyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
This one is clocked. Deep left field by Dan Lyons. Going back is left fielder Peter Barrows. He's looking up. That ball will not leave its wingman. I feel the need for speed. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. It's no good. Talk to me. Hey, Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Every time a Ducks hitter goes deep, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all the winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
This summer, LIPA can help you save big on a new central air conditioning system with up to $1,000 in rebates and up to $500 in operating cost savings each year. And only a LIPA participating Cool Homes contractor can make sure you get all these savings plus a quality installation for maximum comfort over the life of your system. Ready to save? We're ready to help. Visit lipower.org/coolhomes to make sure that your contractor is a LIPA Cool Homes contractor.
Back here at Campbell's Field, we go to the bottom half of the second inning, all tied at 2 between the Ducks and the Camden Riversharks. Ducks will return home next on Monday, July the 29th. They'll start a 7-game homestand, 3 against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, followed by 4 against the Blue Crabs, followed by 3 against the York Revolution. Tickets available for all 7 games, and you can get them at the Bethpage Ballpark box office, online at liducks.com, and over the phone, 631-940-TIXX. Leading things off for the Riversharks is the right fielder, Burt Reynolds. He is the 8-hitter for Camden. Took the first pitch for ball 1. And here's the 1-0. Breaking ball on the ground, foul along the third base line. It goes just to the left of the bag. That'll leave it up to count at 1-1. John Brownell has faced the Riversharks twice this season. Last time was here on June the 19th. Pitched okay, got a no decision. 1-1. That is low. Runs the count to 2 balls and a strike. In the game, he went 5 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 2 of them earned. Walked 2, struck out 1. And the 2-1. Just off the outside edge. Close pitch there. Brownell didn't get the call. He got a couple calls on borderline pitches on the outside corner to Young and Jimenez and got strike 3 on both. Just saw a flash of lightning here. And the 3-1 to Reynolds. That missed outside again for ball 4. And it's the second walk of the game allowed by Brownell. And Camden gets the leadoff man on here in inning number 2.
Fielder, number 9, Billy Rice.
Going to be a long night here if a lot of these borderline pitches do not get called for strikes. And now the center fielder, Billy Rice, the 9-hitter, will come up to the plate for the Riversharks. So Craig Binnix. Solo home run on the top of the second, tying the game at 2. And here Rice takes low and outside. 3 straight out of the strike zone for Brownell, and that's going to allow Ramon Castro to come out to the mound and have a chat with the right-hander. Try and get him to settle down a little bit here. Riversharks scored 2 runs in the opening inning on 3 singles and a walk. And they get the leadoff walk here in the second inning. Cloudy skies on this Monday night here in Camden with the breeze blowing heavily out to left field. No rain right now. There was some earlier in the game. In the opening inning, just a very light drizzle briefly, but that has since gone away. We did start in a rain delay, although it never rained here in Camden. Here's the 1-0 to Rice. Brownell turns and throws over to first. And back safely is Burt Reynolds. Nelson plays in tight at third. Middle infield at double play depth. The 1-0. Rice swings, lines one in the air to center field. Binnick moves back and over to his right. And in left center, Binnick will make the catch to retire Rice. And there's one away here in the second inning.
The left fielder, number 3, Yasser Gomez.
So with the one away, the left fielder Yasser Gomez will come up for a second time tonight. He singled through the right side in his first at-bat, stole second and scored a run. Brownell ready. And a turn and a throw over to first. Chases Reynolds back to the bag. Burt Reynolds this season has stolen 3 bases in 3 attempts. Another turn and another throw over. And again, Reynolds is back safely. Now Brownell set one more time. And Reynolds goes. Pitch is taken for a strike. The throw down to second base. Not in time. Lyons couldn't get it and goes into center field. And that is going to allow Reynolds to go to third. That looked like a good throw there from Ramon Castro, right on target where you'd expect it, and it looked like Lyons trying to apply the tag before he caught the ball. It's going to be an error on Ramon Castro, his second of the year. And I certainly would have more so given that error to Lyons. It looked like he couldn't have made much of a better throw than Castro did, and just couldn't come up with the baseball. So it'll be a stolen base, 4th of the year for Reynolds, and the E2 allows him to go to third. Second error already made by the Ducks here in this game. And this pitch just missed. Another close one that Brownell does not get the call on. Chase Edmondson now looks like he's pointing over to the Riversharks dugout. I am not sure what he is pointing to. I think there's a loose baseball possibly down the first base line. Maybe something else in the dugout. I don't know what it is, but Riversharks seem as puzzled as we do. So it'll be a 1-ball, 1-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Good fastball that time from Brownell. And now he's ahead 1-2. So the second stolen base of the game for the Riversharks and the second error for the Ducks. Or check that, first error for the Ducks, second of the game. Camden had committed the first, Elwin Young. 1-2. Breaking ball fouled over the screen behind home plate and off to our left. And now a race for the baseball as it came back down below. The count remains 1-2 on Gomez here. Infield back except for at the corners. 1-2. Fisted out in the air to shallow center field. Going out is the shortstop, Dan Lyons. He will make the catch. Staying put is Reynolds as Lyons fires it back in. Great play by Dan Lyons using his terrific range to race out there and grab the liner.
Shortstop, number 2, Wilson Valdez.
2 men away here in the bottom of the second inning, and that will bring up the shortstop and 2-hitter Wilson Valdez. Valdez hits from the right side. He bounced to second his first time up. So again, the corner infielders playing in tight with Valdez at the plate, guarding in case Valdez tries to lay down the squeeze bunt. First pitch on the way. Valdez takes it and misses up high for ball 1. Valdez has terrific speed and certainly would be one of the guys to try and do that. He has 18 stolen bases this year, has only been caught 1 time. That's an indication of his good speed. 1-0. Swinging a ground ball back up the middle into center field, the base hit. In to score from third is Reynolds. And in at first with the RBI single is Valdez. And the Riversharks have retaken the lead. It's 3-2. So Valdez with his first hit of the game, 4th for the Riversharks. And for Valdez, it's his 16th run batted in of the year. I believe that run will be earned because Reynolds likely scores anyway on the single up the middle. It was a hard ground ball. And now Brownell's going to have to pay close attention to the runner at first. And Valdez, who, as we mentioned, 18 stolen bases this year. First pitch coming to Cesar. And he will take a breaking ball in for a strike. Count 0-1. Cesar drew a walk and scored back in the first inning. So the Riversharks getting a lot of runners on here against Brownell early in this game. And the 0-1, another big breaking ball and another strike as it dropped over the inside corner. And again, the Riversharks complaining. Cesar this time upset with the call from Freeman. It started up high, but dropped in nicely over the inside corner of the plate. And Cesar still unhappy, still discussing things with Freeman here. This is a different crew than the one that was up at Bethpage Ballpark this weekend, but the Ducks and Riversharks early on having trouble with this crew as well. Runner goes, pitch is taken low for a ball, throw down a second this time, and again it gets past Lyons, this time just briefly. Barfield backing up anyway, so another stolen base, the 3rd of the game for the Riversharks. and the 19th of the season for Wilson Valdez.
Next on base, round brought to you by Coco View Water Resort in Mount Laurel, New Jersey.
So Valdez now in scoring position, and 2 men out. Brownell looking for the final out of this second inning. The 1-2 pitch up coming here to Dionis Cesar. It's on the way, and it is swung on and missed for strike 3. Nice breaking ball down low. Third strikeout for Brownell, and the side retired in the second. But the Riversharks take the lead right back from the Ducks. They get a run on 1 hit, 1 walk, and 1 error. And there's 1 man left on base. 2 innings complete here at Campbell's Field tonight. 3-2 Riversharks in the first game of a 3-game set.
Hi, this is Josh Barfield, second baseman for the Ducks, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected.
Back here at Campbell's Field, we go to inning number Camden Riversharks. Ducks trailing at 3-2. And each team has made an error in the game, which has led to 1 unearned run on each side. We just checked with the official score after last inning. And the run scored by Burt Reynolds has been deemed an unearned run. He's going to give the benefit of the doubt there to the Ducks starting pitcher, John Brownell. So he's allowed 3 runs, 2 of them earned. And Josh Walter has allowed 2 runs, 1 of them earned. So as we go to the 3rd inning, it is time for today's 3rd inning trivia, which is brought to you by Carvel. Carvel celebrating more than 75 years of making people happy. Well, we were talking a lot about Joash Brodin and the terrific performance he has had here so far this season. Today, he was named the Atlantic League's Player of the Week after an outstanding week this past week against the Blue Crabs and the Riversharks, and here he bunts one foul up the third base line, leading off the third. So we've talked about the great week for Joash Brodin. Well, he was the second Duck this year to be named Atlantic League Player of the Week. So today's question, who was the first Duck here in 2013 to be named the Atlantic League's Player of the Week? We will let you think about it, and we will give you the answer in the bottom half of this 3rd inning. Here comes the 0-1. Missed outside. And it evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike on Brodin, who reached on an error back in the opening inning. And then he ended up coming around to score. 1-1, swinging a high fly ball in the air to left field. Well hit, back towards the corner. Long run for Gomez. He can't get it, but it drops foul. Deep into the left field corner. So Brodin will have to head back to home plate. And the count is 1-2. Brodin, a switch hitter batting from the left side. He has a 7-game hitting streak entering today. And the 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled off again, this time to the third base side. So the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes on Brodin. One-two, and this one low. Evens up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Brodin. Brodin with the second best batting average in the Atlantic League at .337. He is the Atlantic League leader in hits and in runs scored. And the 2-2. That is on the outside corner, strike 3 called. Good fastball there from Walter. Brodin thought that was off the edge of the plate. So for Walter, that's his first strikeout of the night, and one away here in the third inning. I'll bring up the second baseman, Josh Barfield, who will bat right-handed. Brodeen has a total of 110 hits and 62 runs to lead the league. Third in on-base percentage at .405, fourth in total bases at 162, and fifth in walks at 35 entering tonight. Barfield on the ground to third, slow roller for Cesar, gobbles it up, throws across, it's in time for the out. So Barfield retired on the first pitch he sees after he singled to left his first at bat, and quickly 2 outs here in the third inning. There's been at least 1 run in every half inning so far in the game. 1 for the Ducks in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the first for the Riversharks, and 1 in the second. So here is Brian Nelson to the plate, number 3 hitter and third baseman for the Ducks. Switch hitter batting left-handed with the bases empty and 2 men out. First pitch from Walter, and he delivers a fastball inside for ball 1. Nelson, first time up, hit a hard ground ball back up the middle, but playing him perfectly was the shortstop Valdez, and he turned it into a 6-3 double play. 1-0, and that misses outside. And it's now 2 balls and no strikes on Nelson. Ducks lead the season series now 8-6 over the Riversharks by virtue of their 3 straight wins to close out the series on Long Island. And here Nelson, a hard ground ball foul up the first base line. Count goes to 2-1. Official scoreboard over here says it's 78 degrees here on this Monday night. Certainly feels a lot warmer than that with the humidity, and also no air conditioning here in the press box at Campbell's Field, so it makes it feel a little bit even warmer. 2-1 pitch. Nelson swings, lifts this one in the air down the third base line, foul. And that evens up the count on Nelson. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 out, and the base is empty. Here in the top half of inning number 3. Ducks trail by 1. It's 3-2 Camden. Here comes a 2-2 pitch. Walter gets the sign, kicks, fires, and Nelson swings and grounds it foul again to the first base side, this time off the facing of the Riversharks dugout. Ready to go is Walter. Looks in for the sign from Padron. And his 2-2 pitch again on the ground here to second base. D'Angelo Jimenez fields and throws to first. And the side retired in order for the first time in this game as Walter gets a strikeout and 2 groundouts to retire the Ducks 1-2-3. 2.5 complete here at Bethpage Ballpark. Riversharks still on top of the Ducks by a count of 3-2.
Hi, this is pitcher Ian Snell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Now that Metrex is the official nutrition bar of the Long Island Ducks, they're fueling their powerful lineup with delicious high-quality protein to support lean muscle and strength. So that in 2013, the Long Island Ducks can have their best season ever. Uh-oh. Metrex, shaping every body.
Amy Cornella, age 17.
Last year, 49 people a day died from a totally preventable national public health problem. 49 people a day were killed at the hands of drunk drivers. So the next time you're drinking and you're thinking about driving, ask yourself, do you really want to add to this list?
Elijah Anthony Michael Burrow Sealy, age 2 months.
Stay alive. Don't drink and drive. A message from Suffolk County Stop DWI.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
We are back here at Campbell's Field. We go to the bottom half of the third inning. Long Island Ducks with a 3-2 deficit against the Camden Riversharks, and it's time for the answer to tonight's third inning trivia, which is brought to you by Carvel. Carvel celebrating more than 75 years of making people happy. Today, Joe Ashbrodeen was named the Atlantic League's Player of the Week for his outstanding week this past one against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs and the Camden Riversharks at Bethpage Ballpark. First pitch on the way to Valentino Pascucci is taken for a strike. He's the second Duck to be named Atlantic League Player of the Week here this season. The other, we wanted to know who it was, and if you guessed tonight's starting pitcher, John Brownell, you would be correct. 0-1, breaking ball way up high for ball one. He was named the Atlantic League's Player of the Week for June 24th through the 30th, and he earned victories in both of his starts that week against the Bluefish and the Patriots. The 1-1, Pascucci takes inside. 2 balls and a strike. He threw a complete game in Game 2 of a doubleheader against the Bluefish on June 24th, allowing just a run on 6 hits while walking 1 and striking out 6 against the Bluefish on June 24th. And then 6 shutout innings against the Patriots on June 29th with 7 strikeouts. Here, Pascucci, a check swing, and he went around. On a ball diving down and away, they count 2-2. So John Brownell was named the Player of the Week June 24th through the 30th, and now Brodeen today for July 15th through the 21st. That's 2 Ducks in a span of a month, winning the Player of the Week honors. 2-2, and on Tapper here towards third. Nelson charges, fields, throws, and it's right on the money, just getting Pascucci for the first out. Pascucci now 1 for 2. He had an RBI single through the right side his first time up. So with 1 out here in the third, that's going to bring up Raul Padron, the catcher and 5-hitter for the Riversharks. Brodeen this past week was incredible. In 7 games, he hit .429, 12 for 28, 3 home runs, 8 runs batted in, 12 runs scored, 6 walks, and 3 stolen bases. First pitch to Raul Padron, and that's taken outside for ball 1. He also had a couple of big hits in the series, a 2-homer performance on Saturday, including the Waddle-Off grand slam in the bottom of the 10th inning, on Friday night. Here a called strike, and that'll even up the count at 1-1. The next night, he had found his way on in the bottom of the 9th inning and ended up scoring on the walk-off wild pitch thrown by John Velasquez. 1-1, breaking ball again delivered for a strike. And the count 1-2. Brodeen entering tonight is a 7-game hitting streak, and he has hit safely in 9 of 10. He has also scored in 9 of 10 games, including 7 straight, since the Atlantic League All-Star break. So he's continued to hit well here in the second half. And the 1-2 to Padron. Breaking ball swung on and missed for strike 3. Nasty pitch there on the curveball from Brownell for his 4th strikeout of the night. 2 outs in the third, and that's going to bring up Delwyn Young. So after both starters having rocky first and second innings, Brownell trying to settle in here and trying to do what Walter did in the top of the inning and throw a 1-2-3 inning. So up to the plate here steps the number 6 hitter, Delwyn Young. He's the first baseman. And he takes the first pitch for a called strike. Count 0-1. Young struck out looking his first time up. And the 0-1 from Brownell is up and outside, even the count at 1-1 strike. Nelson plays well off the line at third with the lefty swinger at the plate. And here Brownell misses just low. That runs the count to 2-1 strike. Crowd has been quiet so far here at Campbell's Field tonight. Brownell looking in for the sign and has it from Castro. Here's the 2-1 offering. Swung on and lifted in the air. Foul. Third base side out of play. And that will now even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Another train rolls across the Ben Franklin Bridge here on this Monday night. And the 2-2 is in there for a called strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for John Brownell to get through the third in order as he retires the side 1, 2, 3, and that's 5 strikeouts on the night for the Ducks right-hander. So we have played 3 full here at Campbell's Field tonight. It's the Riversharks leading the Ducks by a count of 3-2.
Hi, this is Joash Bodine, first baseman, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Want to know what happy tastes like? Well, treat your taste buds to Carvel's new Iceberg and Carvelate beverages. A Carvel Iceberg starts with your favorite soda, like Coke, Fanta Orange, and Barks Root Beer. Blend in ice and vanilla flavoring. It's then topped off with Carvel's famous soft serve ice cream. And try a new Carvelate, a dynamite mixture of coffee and hazelnut or Irish cream flavor, blended with ice and topped off with whipped cream and crunchies. New Carvelates and Iceberg drinks. That's what happy tastes like. Only at Carvel. Visit Carvel.com for the location nearest you.
Hey, Duck fans, you want all the latest inside info on your defending Atlantic League champion Long Island Ducks? Then follow Ducks President and General Manager Michael Pfaff on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucksGM. You'll find out first, right here, about player transactions, special stories, and so much more. You'll also be able to interact with Michael directly and get his take on all things Ducks baseball. Head to twitter.com/LIDucksGM today and make sure to follow along throughout the entire 2013 season. It's game time.
To the 4th inning we go here at Campbell's Field. We were just at Bethpage Ballpark over the weekend. We are now here in Camden, New Jersey. And the Riversharks leading the Ducks 3-2. It's all kind of blend in together. 7 straight games between these two teams. Ducks played 7 straight earlier this year against the Somerset Patriots. They played 4 in Bridgewater, New Jersey, June 28th through July the 1st, and then 3 straight July 2nd through the 4th. And now it's 7 straight here between the Ducks and the Riversharks. Almost feels like a playoff series. And if we took it as playoff series, the Ducks ended up losing the playoff series the first time to the Patriots because they lost 3 of 4 in Bridgewater, New Jersey before winning 2 of 3, so they would have lost the series 4-3. But the Ducks have a 3-1 advantage here in this 7-game set against the Riversharks. They trail 3-2 here in the 5th game of this 7-game stretch. First pitch is a called strike over the inside corner to Ramon Castro. And the count 0-1. Castro an RBI double down the right field line in the first inning. A flare that fell past the diving right fielder Burt Reynolds. And the 0-1 and missed up and in tight. And it evens the count at 1-1. Josh Walter has faced the Ducks twice this year, and he's had mixed results in those 2 starts. Here comes a 1-1 pitch from the right-hander. Castro will take way outside for ball 2. Last faced the Ducks on June 20th here in a dominant 9-3 win. Connor Graham really struggled for the Ducks in that game, but Walter pitched well, allowing just 3 runs in 6 1/3 innings. 7 hits. And a 2-1. On the ground here, left side. Valdez can't get it. It's in the left field, a base hit. How about Ramon Castro starting to heat up at the plate? He was 3 for 5 yesterday. He's now 2 for 2 here tonight. And he's got the 4th hit of the game for Long Island. And the leadoff man on here in inning number 4.
Fielder, number 13, Adam Bailey.
So we mentioned Walter gave up 3 runs on 7 hits in 6 1/3. 2 walks, 2 strikeouts to the Ducks last time out against Long Island, June 20th. Also pitched here on May 20th in a 10-0 Ducks win, and he suffered the loss and did not last long in that game. First pitch to Adam Bailey, swung on and missed. He chased down and in for strike 1. In that game, the Ducks knocked 7 runs on 8 hits in 2 2/3 against Walter, walked twice and struck out once. And behind a great start from John Brownell, a complete game shutout, Ducks won the game 10-0. Here's an 0-1 pitch, not missed inside, and it evens up the count at 1-1. Walter looking for his first win since that start on June 20th against the Ducks, so he almost pitched here on the 20th of 3 consecutive months. May 20th, June 20th, and July 22nd. 1-1, low and outside. That runs the count to 2 balls and 1 strike. Runner at first, nobody out. Castro does not have good speed, and the 2-1 is low to Bailey. Gets past the catcher, and going down to second base is going to be Castro. So Bailey even doesn't need to swing the bat, and Castro is able to get down to second base with nobody out. And now they count 3 balls and 1 strike. See how that is scored. Whether it is a wild pitch or a pass ball. Regardless, the Ducks have the runner in scoring position with nobody out as they try and tie this game up at 3. So Bailey back at the plate. Let's see if he swings here with a 3-1 count. Walter looks to second, deals, and Bailey will swing away and hit one high in the air to center. Drifting over to left center is Billy Rice. And Rice is going to make the catch. Castro will have to stay put at second. And that is the first out here in the 4th inning.
The designated hitter, number 16, right.
They do call it a pass ball that allows Bailey to, or Castro rather, to advance to second. So runner at second with 1 out now as Bailey is now 0 for 2. He had grounded to second his first time up. Here is Ray Navarrete. He fly to center. That was actually more to left center when Rice and Gomez collided on a fly ball, but Rice held on for the out. First pitch to Navarrete here, and he takes low and outside for ball 1. And that's going to prompt Raul Padron to go out and have a quick chat with the right-hander. Navarrete had a tough day yesterday at the plate. He was 0 for 4 with a walk, and in a game when the Ducks had 16 hits, only he and Craig Binnick went 0 for at the plate. And Binnick was 0 for 5. So Navarrete does take a little bit of solace in the fact that he did reach at least once, unlike Binnick, but it's tough when you get 16 hits and 10 runs as a team and you're not really part of any of the action, except for that walk for Navarrete, and he took it hard upon himself. He's always very critical of himself. And here he takes low and outside for ball 2. The average for Navarrete dipped down to 242 on the year. Again, he has said that this is his final season of play in professional baseball. He wants to go out on a high note, and obviously had to deal with the plantar fasciitis injury earlier this season. 2-0, Navarrete swings, hits one high in the air to center. And Billy Rice moving in and to his left will make the grab. So after the Ducks get a runner to second with nobody out, back-to-back flyouts to center field. Castro still at second base.
Number 9, P.J. Phillips.
And with 2 men out, that'll bring up P.J. Phillips, the left fielder and 7-hitter for the Ducks. Riversharks have a 3-2 lead, each team with 4 hits. Each team is committed an error here on this Monday night. Sun has set, dark skies overhead, and for now, no rain. Seems like most of it is to the west and up north. First pitch on the way to P.J. Phillips, and it is taken for a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Look at the radar of the Northeast, and it is extremely colorful. There's actually a rain delay going on right now in Bridgewater, New Jersey, where the Patriots are playing tonight. We'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard in the bottom half of this inning. 1-0. Phillips swings, fouls one off. First base side and up into the crowd. That runs the count to 0-2, excuse me. Check that, 1-1. No, it is 0-2. Wrong on the scoreboard. Listed as 1-1 on the scoreboard, but it is 0-2. Walter ready. Castro leads at second with 2 out, and the pitch swung on and grounded towards the middle. The shortstop Valdez to his left kicks the baseball, and everybody is going to be safe. He had a reach to get it and couldn't come up with it cleanly, so Phillips is on at first, and it's going to be an error on Valdez. That is going to be Valdez's 7th error of the season, and it allows the inning to continue. 2nd error of the season for the Riversharks. And now there are runners at first and third with 2 men out. That's going to bring up Craig Binnick, the center fielder and 8-hitter for the Ducks. So we'll see if the Ducks can take advantage. Any runs that score here would be unearned. First pitch, Binnick will take, and it's up high for ball 1. First at bat, Binnick, a solo home run. Ask about our price match guarantee. Visit Visit us on the web at www.nefaci.com or give us a call at 631-563-8119.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the Hebrew National Picnic Area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls party deck, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as a color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, display your group's artwork, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-DUCK and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks baseball. It's game time.
Riversharks with a 3-2 lead over the Ducks as we go to the bottom half of inning number 4. And fans, now you can enjoy the taste of the Australian Outback at discounted prices just by attending Ducks games on Fridays at Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks staff members will be handing out coupons for $5 off with the purchase of 2 lunch entrees at Outback Steakhouse every Friday home game. And whether you're enjoying one of their delicious USDA choice steaks or one of many Aussie-tizers, Outback takes great pride in serving the freshest, highest quality foods possible. They're now open on Saturday and Sunday for lunch beginning at 11 o'clock a.m. You can join them every Wednesday as well for No Worries Wednesday with a complete meal for 2 starting at just $25. At Outback, it's all about the quality and all about the food. Ducks still on top, or still trailing, by 1 here as John Brownell will face D'Angelo Jimenez, Burt Reynolds, and Billy Rice, bottom 3 in the order for Camden, and Brownell delivers a first pitch strike to start off the at-bat. Count 0-1. First at-bat for Jimenez was a strikeout looking in the first. Brownell has 5 Ks for the game, and a big curveball hits the outside corner this time to run the count to 0-2. Coming to you live from Campbell's Field here in Camden, New Jersey. 3-2 Riversharks lead, and the Ducks trying to win their 4th straight over Camden. 0-2 pitch from the right-hander is just off the outside corner. Count goes to 1-2 now. We'll give you some updates on the out-of-town scoreboard here in this inning. Check out some other Atlantic League action as well as the Major League scoreboard. 1-2 pitch. Low. Thought about swinging, did Jimenez, but he decided to lay off. So the count 2 balls and 2 strikes here. From the windup, Brownell goes. And his pitch up and away. Now runs the count full at 3-2. Brownell has started to settle in a little bit over the last couple innings. He's still at 72 pitches, 42 for strikes. First inning that lasted over 30 pitches, really damaging his pitch count here tonight. And the 3-2 up high for ball 4. So Brownell got ahead 0-2. And now he walks D'Angelo Jimenez. And that is the 3rd walk of the night allowed by John Brownell.
Right fielder number 22, Burt Reynolds.
First time Brownell's walked 3 in a game since July 4th against Somerset. And for Brownell lately, it's been 1 good start, 1 so-so or not good start. And he would be in line for a good start here tonight, but unless he can throw a couple more innings and not allow any runs, this would qualify under the not-so-good start. And your first pitch is fouled off behind the plate. That goes back into the crowd and off to our right. Lands in the seats. And now a race for the baseball, and the count is 0-1. First at bat for Reynolds, he drew a walk and eventually scored on the RBI single by Valdez in the second. 0-1, low, good scoop out of the dirt by Castro. And that evens up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Castro saying before the game, starting pitching was the key here in this series. And for Brownell, and Brownell trying to get through another scoreless inning here in the 4th. Here he delivers a pitch for a strike on the outside corner. And the count goes to 1-2. So we take a look at the scoreboard. Right now, playing in Southern Maryland, Bridgeport Bluefish have a 7-2 lead over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Brownell's 1-2. Breaking ball swung on and missed for strike 3. Nasty curveball again from Brownell. Picks up his 6th strikeout of the game. Left, 1 out, 1 on here in the 4th inning. That'll bring up Billy Rice. So it's Bluefish 7, Blue Crabs 2, top of the 6th. Josh Butler started the game for the Bluefish. He has since been replaced by Pat Ahern, the Bluefish pitching coach. Michael Ballard started for the Blue Crabs. He lasted just 3 innings. Joe Gannon is now pitching. He is the pitching coach for the Blue Crabs. 3 RBIs for E. Suarez, 2 for Prentice Redmond to lead Bridgeport. Smith and Osuna each have RBIs for Southern Maryland. Throw over to first by Brownell to check on the base runner. That is Jimenez. Ducks again 5 games up on both Bridgeport and Southern Maryland in the Liberty Division standings entering tonight. First pitch is in for a called strike on the outside corner to Billy Rice, who fly to center in his first at bat. And the count 0-1. Over at Lancaster, Pennsylvania, off to our west, it's the Sugarland Skeeters 8 and the Lancaster Barnstormers 4, bottom of the 6th inning. Jimenez takes his lead. Brownell gets the sign. And the 0-1 to Rice, squaring a bunt. Pulled back and he took low for a ball. Evens the count at 1-1. Scott Ellerton started for the Skeeters. Removed after 5 innings. Jared Wells now pitching. Will Savage started for Lancaster. He was taken out after 3. And Brian Greening is now pitching. 3 RBIs for Jeff Dominguez. And 2 for Russ Mitchell, leading the way for Sugarland. Pitch here off the outside edge. Now 2-1 on Rice. Ryan Harvey and Jerry Owens each have 2 runs batted in for Lancaster. They're in a rain delay right now in Bridgewater, New Jersey. They're in the 3rd inning. The Patriots have a 4-0 lead over the York Revolution. 2-1. Swung on a hit in the air to shallow right field. Going out is Barfield. Coming in is Bailey. Long run in for Bailey. Barfield still going out. It falls in between them. Throw to second. Not in time. So a little flare in the right field that landed in between Barfield and Bailey. Looked like the two had a little bit of a communication issue, but a tough play for either. And that's going to be the 5th hit of the game for the Riversharks, and they now have runners at first and second with only 1 out in the 4th. And back to the top of the order we go for Yasser Gomez. First hit of the game for Rice. He is now 1 for 2. So here is Gomez to bat from the left side. Jimenez leads at second, Rice at first. And the first pitch on the way from John Brownell is taken for a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Yankees are down in Texas. Quick turnaround after the late night in Boston last night, in which the Red Sox won in extra innings, 8-7. And right now, Texas has a 1-0 lead over the Yankees. This pitch is on the inside corner for a strike this time. It's now 0-2 on Gomez, who is 1 for 2 with a single and a pop out to short. Now it's 2-0 Texas leading it. Ivan Nova started for the Yankees. Yu Darvish for the Rangers. No home runs yet for either side in that game. 0-2. Swinging a line drive into center field. Over and to his right is Binnick, and he's going to line it up and make the catch. Keeps the runners where they're at. Big second out for Brownell. As he gets Gomez to fly to center. 2 away, and that'll bring up the shortstop, Wilson Valdez. As for the Mets, they are hosting the Atlanta Braves at Citi Field tonight. And Dylan G was flirting with a little bit of history. He had a no-hitter going into the 7th inning. But that was broken up with a single by Freddie Freeman. So he was trying to pull Nick DeBardi yesterday. As DeBar took a no-hitter into the 7th, but he had it broken up on a home run by Valentino Pascucci. First pitch here, and Valdez flares one into right field. Charging in is Bailey. He's going to have to play it on a hop. Base hit. Around third is Jimenez. He will come home to score. Throw comes into third base, not in time. It's an RBI single for Wilson Valdez, his 2nd RBI base hit of the night. And the Riversharks now lead by 2. It is 4-2 here in the 4th inning. Another 2-out RBI single for Valdez. 2 runs batted in the game for him. He's now up to 17 on the year. So Jimenez scores from second, and Rice goes from first to third on the single. And again, Brownell having some trouble with 2 outs here in the game. So it's now a 4-2 Riversharks lead. They now have 6 hits, and up to the plate steps Dionis Cesar. First pitch on the way to Cesar, and it's taken for a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. So Valdez now 2 for 3. Cesar tonight is 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout. He also scored a run back in the 1st inning. And the 0-1 pitch Low and outside, evens the count at 1-1. Mets now have a 1-0 lead as they play in the top of the 7th inning. Thanks to an RBI single by Ike Davis. It's Dylan G, as we mentioned, against Julio Teheran for the Braves. New York Liberty also in action tonight. They're in Indiana battling the Indiana Fever at Bankers Life Fieldhouse. Here, a ground ball right side. That's going to get through for a base hit for Cesar. In to score from third is Rice. Going from first to third is Wilson Valdez. RBI single again with 2 outs. And it's now 5-2 Riversharks. So John Brownell having some struggles here in tonight's game. He has given up 5 runs for a second straight outing. And back-to-back 2-out RBI singles by Valdez and Cesar have increased the Camden lead to their largest of the night. It's now 5-2. Ramon Castro went out for a quick chat with the Ducks right-hander. And that is going to bring up the designated hitter and cleanup hitter for Camden today. That's Valentino Pascucci. So for Cesar, he picks up his 21st run batted in of the year. Pascucci hits from the right side. First pitch upcoming from Brownell, and that is dealt for a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Pascucci is the 7th hitter to bat in this 4th inning, and after a strong 1-2-3 third inning for Brownell, 3 hits and a walk for the second time in an inning here tonight allowed by Brownell. And the 0-1, Pascucci lifts this one in the air to right field. This time Bailey will camp under it, and he's going to make the catch, and that will get the Ducks out of further trouble in the 4th. But 2 more runs for the Riversharks on 3 hits, including 2-out RBI singles by Valdez and Cesar. No errors and 2 left on base. And we have played 4 full here at Campbell's Field tonight. It's now the Riversharks 5 and the Ducks 2.
Hi, this is Brian Nelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Ducks Baseball official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
This one is clocked. Deep left field by Dan Lyons. Going back is left fielder Peter Barrows. He's looking up. That ball will not leave its wingman. I feel the need for speed. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. No good. Talk to me. Hey, Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Every time a Ducks hitter goes deep, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all the winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicolac paving stones and walls. Nicolac specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicolac. Visit the Nicolac Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicolac.com.
Let Nicolac Pavers, let Nicolac Pavers pave your way.
Ducks fans, don't forget to stop by the Waddle Inn shop on your next visit to Bethpage Ballpark, where exclusive, hard-to-find Ducks memorabilia is now on sale. Proceeds benefiting the Quacker Jack Foundation, the charitable arm of the Long Island Ducks. So we take this game to the 5th inning. Tough one here tonight for the Ducks as the Riversharks continuing to play well against Long Island here at home. Teams have split the first 8 games of the season here at Campbell's Field. Ducks took 3 of 4 here in May. Riversharks responded by taking 3 of 4 in June. And the teams will play 3 here in July, 3 more in August. The unbalanced schedule this year sees the Ducks coming to Camden 4 series. And the Riversharks have already had their 2 series at Bethpage Ballpark this year. Well, leading things off for the Ducks here in the 5th will be Dan Lyons. He is the shortstop and 9-hitter for the Ducks. And 0 for 1 here tonight with a pop out to second. Back in the 5th inning, back in the 2nd inning, excuse me. We are in the 5th inning now. First pitch, Lyons squares the bunt, pulls back, and he takes a called strike. And the count 0-1. Lyons popped to second in the 2nd inning, and is only at bat so far of the game. Ducks out hit by the Riversharks tonight, 7-4. And here Lyons rocks one in a center, but right at Billy Rice to retire Lyons for the first out of the inning. So the Ducks shortstop hit it hard, but he hit it right at Rice, and that's the first out. Josh Walter pitching well to this point. He has allowed 4 hits and 2 runs in 4 innings, but I seem to settle in somewhat here after giving up all 2 runs in the first 2 innings. 65 pitches at this point, 43 strikes for Walter. So the base is empty and 1 out. Back to the top of the Ducks lineup. Here is Joe Ashbrodeen, leadoff hitter and first baseman for Long Island. And the first pitch is taken for a strike at the knees, and the count 0-1. Brodeen has reached on an error and scored. That was back in the first inning, then struck out looking in the third. 0-1. Swung and grounded foul to the dugout on the first base side. And Brodeen quickly behind in the count here, 0-2. Ducks have an 8-6 series advantage in the season series over the Riversharks. 0-2, way inside. Count goes to 1-2. Ducks have been very successful of late at home. They are now 26-19 this year at home, and they've been very good against their own division, 27-16 against the Liberty division. Time called by Brodeen. He wanted to step out as Walter was getting ready to deliver the pitch. Walter ready again. And the 1-2. Swinging a high fly ball in the air to center field. Billy Rice getting a lot of action out there. He moves over to his right and he will make the catch to retire Brodeen. So Brodeen is now 0 for 3 on the night. And 2 away here in the 5th inning. Ducks have struggled on the road this season. They are 16-25 on the road compared to the 26-19 as we mentioned at home.
Second baseman, number 28, Josh Barfield.
As for the Freedom Division opponents, Ducks are 15-28 against the Freedom Division. First pitch on the way to Barfield. He takes up and in for ball 1. The big difference to the first half and the second half, Ducks went 27 straight games against Freedom Division opponents to start the first half of the season. 1-0. Swung on and slashed down the right field line, foul by Barfield. And the count even up at 1-1. The Ducks got off to a rough start, began the season 1-6 on their opening road swing. But it took the Ducks a long time before they won their first series of the first half. And here in the second half, Ducks won the first series of the second half against the Freedom Division opponent. They took 2 of 3 against the Somerset Patriots, but the Ducks have won all 5 series they have played so far here in the second half of the season. And they are 12-4. Inside here to Barfield. Count goes to 2-1. And the other big thing after that initial 3-game set against the Freedom Division, Ducks have played all Liberty Division opponents. The next time they will face a Freedom Division opponent will be Friday, August 2nd during the next homestand for the Ducks. And they face York. Here a line drive down the left field line heading towards the corner. That is a fair ball. It drops in along the line. Barfield around first. He will chug in at second. And the Ducks' second baseman has picked up a 2-out double here in the 5th inning. Let's see if the Ducks can get some magic going with 2 outs here like the Riversharks did last inning and cut into this 3-run deficit. So Barfield picks up the second double of the night for the Ducks and their 3rd extra base hit. And for Josh Barfield, it's his 15th double of the year. So Barfield goes to second with 2 men out. And that'll bring up Bryant Nelson, who is 0 for 2 tonight, has hit the ball on the ground twice. And Nelson has consistently found ways to get some big hits this year, especially with 2 men out. So here is Nelson to the plate. Ready to go is Walter. And the first pitch on the way. Nelson takes way inside, almost hit him. And the count is 1-0. Barfield leads at second with 2 men out. And the 1-0 is way low and outside. And that runs the count to 2 balls and no strikes. Nelson was 4 for 4 yesterday, drove in a run and scored 4. He also drew a walk in the game. One of the best games of the year for Bryant Nelson. Count of 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch on the way is low. And Nelson now had 3 balls and no strikes. So doesn't seem like the Riversharks want much to do here with Bryant Nelson. Ramon Castro's waiting on deck, but he has had hits in both of his at-bats here tonight. And the 3-0 upcoming. Pitch on the way. Nelson will take, and that is low and outside for ball 4. So a 4-pitch walk to Brian Nelson here after the double to Barfield. And that's another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. It's the first walk of the night allowed by the right-hander Walter. And Ramon Castro has had 2 hits so far here tonight, including a run batted in, will come to the plate here. With one swing of the bat, he could tie this game. He has hit 6 home runs this season. And we'll see what he can do here in this at-bat to try and help the Ducks cut into the Riversharks lead. First pitch upcoming. Walter deals, and Castro lines this one in the air to right, but it is right at Reynolds, who will make the catch. So Castro was wasting no time. He swung first pitch, and he flies to right, and the Ducks threaten for a second straight inning, but do not score. No runs, a hit, a walk, and 2 more left on base for the Ducks, who have left 5 tonight. We have played halfway here tonight, 4.5 innings. It's 5-2 the Riversharks over Long Island in the opener of this 3-game set.
Hi, this is pitcher Matt Way, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Mr. Savemore, it's happening again. I know our electric costs went down after all that new lighting you did through LIPA's lighting retrofit program, but this month's bill is even lower. Should I contact LIPA this time?
No, Millie. There's still nothing wrong with our LIPA bill. This time I took advantage of LIPA's AC retrofit program. Our central air system was, let's say, not too efficient anymore. You remember last summer. With LIPA's AC retrofit program, I replaced all our units, here in our offices, in our warehouse, and our showroom. With LIPA's increased rebates and lower cooling costs every summer, our new AC systems will pay for themselves in just a few years.
Oh, Mr. Savemore, you did it again! You saved more!
LIPA's commercial AC retrofit program can reduce your cooling costs by up to 30%. Over time, that can mean thousands. Call 1-800-692-2626 or visit lipower.org/retrofit. LIPA, we're working for you.
This one is clocked. Deep left field by Dan Lyons. Going back is left fielder Peter Barrows. He's looking up. That ball will not leave its wingman. I feel the need for speed.
Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. No good. Talk to me.
Hey, Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Every time a Ducks hitter goes deep, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all the winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Camden Riversharks have a 5-2 lead over the Ducks as we go to the bottom half of the 5th inning. Michael Pollock here with you, bringing you all the action from Campbell's Field. 5, 6, and 7 in the order for the Riversharks as Raul Padron will lead off, followed by Delwyn Young and D'Angelo Jimenez. Ducks have threatened in each of the last 2 innings, have not been able to score. Riversharks with a pair of 2-out RBI singles last inning by Valdez and Cesar, increasing their lead to 3. First pitch here, Padron hits one high in the air to right center field. Pretty well hit but playable for Bailey. Moves back and makes the catch, and on one pitch, Padron is retired. And there's one away in the 5th as Padron now 1 for 3. Padron had hit an RBI single to right back in the 1st inning. That made it a 2-1 Riversharks lead. Ducks have not led since the opening inning when they scored a run in the 1st. Ducks got their run in the 1st. Sharks with 2 in the bottom of the 1st. Ducks tied it up in the 2nd on the Binnick homer, but a run in the bottom of the 2nd and 2 in the 4th have made this a 5-2 Camden lead. And here a first pitch strike to Young. And count 0-1. Brownell has struck out 6 on the night. His season high is 9. I've been back on May 5th at York, and here a line drive in a right center field. This is going to get down for a base hit. Binnick is over to cut it off and fire back in, and Delwyn Young has his first hit of the night. Back-to-back first pitch, or check that was an 0-1 swing. Back-to-back strikeouts for Young, his first 2 at-bats, one in the first, one in the third, and then single to right in the 5th now. That's the 8th hit of the game for Camden. And that'll bring up the second baseman, D'Angelo Jimenez. First pitch on the way. And the fastball misses low for ball 1 to Jimenez, who struck out looking back in the first, drew a walk, and then scored a run in the 4th. And here, a breaking ball is chopped foul back to the screen behind home plate. And the count now 1-1 on Jimenez. Ducks yesterday with a 10-4 win, 16-hit performance for Long Island. Riversharks won the opening game of the series 12-4 on Thursday. 1-1, and a big swing and a miss at a breaking ball that time by Jimenez, and the count 1-2. Riversharks certainly had their chances to win that series from the Ducks, as Long Island was trailing going into the 9th inning on both Friday and Saturday night, and they came back to tie it both times, won it in the 10th inning on Friday and in the 9th inning on Saturday. And here a ball up and away to Jimenez. Count goes to 2-2. Riversharks had at one point a 5-1 lead on Friday night. Ducks cut it to 5-4, then tied it in the 9th inning. Riversharks took a 3-run lead in the 10th, and the Ducks came back with 6 in the bottom of the inning to win it. Here a chopper foul up the first baseline. Count stays at 2-2. Of course, the Ducks only needed 4 to win it, but Joe Ashbrodeen with the walk-off grand slam down the right field line, giving the Ducks the victory. And then Ducks were down 3-2 going into the 9th inning. On Saturday, they scored a run to tie it on the Josh Barfield RBI single through the right side after Brodeen was intentionally walked by the Riversharks. 2-2 here to Jimenez. That's in there, a called strike 3. Good fastball at the knees. 7th strikeout for Brownell. And there are 2 away. That'll bring up Reynolds. And again, after Barfield's RBI single tied it on Saturday night, Brian Nelson was intentionally walked to load the bases. And with Bill Hall at the plate, John Velasquez threw a 2-strike wild pitch that allowed Brodeen to score from third. And it was heads-up base running by Brodeen. Ball did not scamper that far away, but Brodeen wanted to try and score immediately when he saw the ball kick away, even though there were 2 outs. And with his speed, he was able to make it to the plate. First pitch to Burt Reynolds is a breaking ball low and outside for ball 1. Reynolds has drawn a walk, scored a run, and struck out swinging here tonight. So again, 7 strikeouts for Brownell in the game. He has walked 3. And the 1-0. That breaking ball hits at the knees for a strike. And it evens the count at 1-1. 5-2 Riversharks here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Infield shifted around here towards the left side. And the 1-1 fouled back to the screen. And the count 1-2. Nelson plays close to the line at third. The shortstop Lyons plays over closer to third than second. And Josh Barfield, the second baseman, shaded up the middle just on the first base side of the second base bag. Runner at first being held on by Brodeen. That's Delwyn Young. And this breaking ball swung on and missed again for strike 3. Nasty curveball for Brownell. He has 8 strikeouts on the night. And he has had a devastating curveball here tonight. But the Riversharks have taken advantage when he has left them over the plate. In the inning, though, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 man left on base. And we have played 5 full here at Campbell's Field tonight. The Riversharks have a 5-2 lead over the Ducks. We'll be back with the 6 after this.
Hi, this is Adam Bailey, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hi, I'm former Major Leaguer John Franco. Growing up in Brooklyn, I dreamed of playing professional baseball. My dad, a city employee, worked hard so I could live out that dream. The team at MCU is a lot like my dad. They're New Yorkers you can count on, and they'll work hard to help you reach your financial goals.
Municipal Credit Union has a full range of financial services that make sense in today's economy. Join today. Call 1-866-JOIN-MCU or visit nymcu.org.
MCU, strong, trusted, growing.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Clarion Hotel and Conference Center in Ronkonkoma. Uncover the perfect balance of memorable, award-winning service and the most central location Long Island has to offer. The Clarion Hotel and Conference Center is located less than a quarter mile from the Islip MacArthur Airport with a state-of-the-art health and fitness center, high-speed internet access, a world-class outdoor pool, and the great food and fun inside the Brickyard Bar and Grill. There's never been a better time to visit the Clarion Hotel and Conference Center. Best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Clarion Hotel and Conference Center, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 585-9500 today. That's 631-585-9500.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Top of the sixth inning. Ducks fans, don't forget to follow all season long as the Long Island Ducks try and meet the Chappies home run challenge. Adam Bailey to lead off here in the sixth, and he takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. If the Ducks hit 100 home runs this season, Chappies Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Chappies Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. 0-1 is outside, 1-1. Mentioned earlier in the game, Craig Binnick had a solo home run. That was his second of the year and the Ducks' 84th, so the Ducks 16 away from meeting the Chappies home run challenge here in game 87 of 140 games scheduled this season. 1-1, swing and a miss. Bailey chasing down and in, and the count 1-2. Bailey has grounded to second and fly to center in his two at-bats tonight. Ducks have just 2 runs on 5 hits against Walter through the first 5 innings. He has walked 1 and has struck out just 1. And his 1-2 to Bailey inside. And it evens up the count at 2-2. Ducks threatened in each of the last 2 innings. They had runners at second and third with 2 out in the fourth. Binnick grounded to second. And then they had runners at first and second with 2 out in the fifth. Then Castro flied to right on the first pitch. 2-2 on the way here from Walter to Bailey, and it is swung on and popped up foul over our heads and off to our left. That'll keep the count even on Bailey. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Game was delayed at the start by about 40 or 45 minutes due to rain. That never ended up coming down, but looked like it was going to come down. 2-2 to Bailey, swinging a ground ball foul this time to the first base side. We'll do it once again here at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Riversharks wanted to play precautionary, didn't want the starters to go out there, begin pitching, and then have to come off the field due to a rain delay and wait it out. So they played it safe. Rain never ended up coming, and Tarp was taken off the field. We began tonight at 7:51. 2-2 on the way here to Bailey, and it is swung on and hit in the air to right field. Well hit going back as Reynolds. He looks up. It's over his head, and it'll go all the way to the wall. Bailey around first, chugging for second. Now he's going to turn second and try for 3. Here comes the relay throw, and it was dropped by Jimenez. So Bailey will slide in safely in a leadoff triple into right field for Adam Bailey, and the Ducks get a runner at third with nobody out here on the 6th. First triple of the season for Bailey, and the 13th of the year for the Ducks. And Long Island with a runner at third, no one out, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, Ray Navarrete, who will give the Ducks a run with a fly ball. Bailey has some decent speed. He's not blazing fast like Brodeen or Binnick or Lyons, but he does have some decent speed, and he's able to pick up the triple. First time Ducks have had a triple in a game since Joash Brodeen hit one on July 18th against Camden. First pitch here is line in the air to right center field, and this ball is going to get down for an extra base hit off the bat of Navarrete. In to score easily is Bailey, and on his way to second, sliding in safely with a double is Navarrete. RBI 2-base hit for Navarrete, and the Ducks have cut the deficit to 2. It is 5-3 Camden here in the 6th inning. So Mr. Double himself, who set an Atlantic League record with 50 of them last year, picks up double number 14 on the season, his 20th. Check that, his 16th extra base hit and his 21st run batted in. So Navarrete with the RBI double. Ducks have cut the deficit to 2. Tying run at the plate here. It's P.J. Phillips. First pitch, and Phillips swings and fouls one off first base side. And the count 0-1. So the Ducks have gotten their first run since the second inning. Back-to-back extra base hits. The triple to right by Bailey. The RBI double to right center by Navarrete. We got ourselves a 5-3 game. And again, the tying run at the plate here. With P.J. Phillips batting 0-1. Way outside. And it evens up the count at 1 ball, 1 strike. That's the Ducks' 161st double of the season. And that is the Atlantic League lead. Entering tonight, Ducks had 164 more than the York Revolution, who had 156. Here's a 1-1. Low. And the count goes to 2-1 on Phillips, who has grounded to third and reached on an error in his 2 trips to the plate tonight. He also stole a base back in the 4th inning. A single from Phillips doesn't necessarily score Navarrete. He doesn't have great speed at second. 2-1 from Walter. Swinging a high pop-up in the air to shallow right field. Second baseman going out is Jimenez, and he's going to make the catch. So Phillips now 0 for 3, and he can't move Navarrete over to the third. 1 out here in the 6th inning. That'll bring up the center fielder, Craig Binnick.
Center fielder number 24, Craig Binnick.
Well, Binnick not really a home run threat, but he did hit a solo home run his first time up tonight back in the 2nd inning, his 2nd of the year. Bounced to second in the 4th with runners at 2nd and 3rd, 2 out. He still represents the tying run, and the first pitch here is on the outside corner, just caught a piece for strike 1. Navarrete still the runner at second. Ducks have closed to within 1 in the hit column. 8-7 Riversharks lead there. Camden still leading on the scoreboard 5-3. They've also committed 2 errors to the Ducks 1. And Binnick asks for time at home plate. Walter's pitch count has now elevated up to 91. This very well could be his last inning. Brownell through 5 is at 103. We'll see if he comes out for the 6th. And the 0-1 way outside. Almost went back to the backstop. Nice job by Padron to catch it. And the count even at 1-1. Ducks do not have anybody warming in their bullpen right now. Riversharks also have no action. So I think Brownell will pitch the 6th. And that might be it for him after that. 5-3 Camden leads, and a 1 ball, 1 strike pitch up coming to Binnick. And he will swing and pop this one up. Foul territory first base side. Young and Padron converging, and it's Padron, the catcher, who makes the catch. So with the runner at second, nobody out, Phillips pops to second. Binnick pumps up foul to the catcher. Navarrete still at second base with 2 out, and that'll leave it up to the Ducks shortstop and 9-hitter Dan Lyons.
Number 12, Dan Lyons. Here comes our
One key for the Ducks during their successful homestand, especially against the Riversharks, they were getting. So it was far and away better for the Ducks during the homestand when they were able to get several timely hits, especially yesterday. A lot of key 2-out hits. Here tonight, haven't gotten very many timely hits so far, except for the Castro RBI double with 2 outs in the first. First pitch outside of Lyons for ball 1. He has popped to second and fly to center his 2 times up here today. So the 3rd straight inning, Ducks are threatening. They have 1 on the scoreboard here in the 6th, trying to get more. And here Lyons swings and misses at a breaking ball down and away. And that'll even up the count at 1-1. Triple for Bailey to lead off the inning. Double by Navarrete, scoring Bailey. But since then, 2 pop-ups. And now 2 away. 1-1 from Walter. Pitch on the way. Low and outside. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Bob Zimmerman doing some coaching over at first base with Kevin Vyas coaching around at third. Navarrete leads at second with 2 men out. And a pitch on the way from Walter. Just catches a piece of the outside corner for a strike. Close pitch. Lyons thought it was a bit off the edge, and the count is now even at 2-2. So Walter trying to rebound after the rough start to the inning and send this game to the bottom of the 6th with the 2-run lead still intact. 2-2 on the way. And the pitch is swung and popped up again. Foul territory to the first base side of home plate. Padron tosses away the mask. He's going to make the catch, and that will retire the side. Nice job by Walter to get out of further trouble, inducing 3 straight pop-ups here. With the runner at second, nobody out. Ducks do score a run on 2 hits, and they leave 1 on base. Ducks have left 6 on base through 6 innings tonight. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's now a 5-3 game here in Camden, New Jersey.
Hi, this is pitcher Bill Murphy. You're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Want to know what happy tastes like? Well, treat your taste buds to Carvel's new iceberg and Carvelate beverages. A Carvel iceberg starts with your favorite soda, like Coke, Fanta Orange, and Barks Root Beer. Blend in ice and vanilla flavoring. It's then topped off with Carvel's famous soft serve ice cream. And try a new Carvelate, a dynamite mixture of coffee and hazelnut or Irish cream flavor, blended with ice and topped off with whipped cream and crunchies. New Carvelates and iceberg drinks. That's what happy tastes like. Only at Carvel. Visit Carvel.com for the location nearest you.
Now that Metrex is the official nutrition bar of the Long Island Ducks, they're fueling their powerful lineup with delicious high-quality protein to support lean muscle and strength. So that in 2013, the Long Island Ducks can have their best season ever. Uh-oh. Metrex, shaping every body.
Few places on Earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Bottom of the 6th inning here at Campbell's Field. John Brownell back on the mound. His Ducks are trailing by 2. It is 5-3 Riversharks, and it'll be Billy Rice, the center fielder and 9-hitter, to lead off, and he swings at the first pitch, fouls it off to the first base side, and the count 0-1. 5 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors for the Riversharks. 3 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Ducks. The RBI double by Navarrete in the top of the 6th, making this a 2-run game. And here is Rice, ready to face an 0-1. Big curveball missed up high. Count even at 1-1. Brownell has struck out 8 here tonight, which is 1 shy of a season high of 9. The 1-1. Low and inside for ball 2. Rice singled to right and scored a run last time up. That was back in the 4th inning. Came home on the RBI single to right by Dionis Cesar. 2-1. Swinging a tapper foul at the plate. Rice might have caught his foot on that one. I think he did, because he's limping a little bit around home plate. On the count, 2-2. Saw it a little bit at Bethpage Ballpark this past week. The damage that the heat wave this past week has done on the field and playing surface. Watering the field and sprinklers and everything can only do so much, and Long Island really didn't get much rain, at least not at Bethpage Ballpark last time. This past week when the heat wave came through. 2-2 on the ground here to second. Barfield over to first. No, not in time. Just beating it out at first base was Rice. Brodeen can't believe it. It was a bang-bang play at first. It certainly looked like Barfield's throw was just in time, but they're going to say that Rice beat it out. And so it's an infield single. Brownell is in for the discussion, and now Kevin Bias has come out of the dugout to talk things over with Alan Barnfield, the first base umpire. Kevin Bias, who got extremely heated at Bethpage Ballpark on Saturday when he got ejected by first base umpire at the time, Matt Bieber, who was the crew chief, but he was upset with the call from the home plate umpire, Manolo Alejandro, and really from the entire umpiring crew. So they're going to rule it an infield single here to second base. 9th hit of the game for the Riversharks, and second for Billy Rice. So runner at first, nobody out. Ducks have to hope that doesn't come back to bite them, and that'll bring up the left fielder Yasser Gomez. First pitch upcoming here to Gomez, who bats left-handed. He squares to bunt, bunts it up the third base line beautifully. Nelson will watch it roll, though, and it'll go foul. Good play there by Nelson. With Gomez's speed, that was going to be a tough play at first. And Nelson saw the ball kick towards foul territory, so he waited to touch a veteran play. And the count 0-1 on Gomez. 1 for 3 tonight is the left fielder for Camden. He singled to right, stole second, and scored on the base hit by Pascucci back in the first. Popped to short in the second and fly to center in the fourth. An 0-1 here to Gomez as Rice takes his lead at first. Brownell gets the sign. And the 0-1 runner goes. Pitch is bunted again. This time foul back to the screen behind home plate. So Gomez can't get the job done in the count 0-2. Now he will likely be swinging away. Rare that you'll see a guy bunt with 2 strikes on him. Oh, 2 count. Light crowd here on a Monday evening in Camden, New Jersey. And the pitch on the way from the right-hander is swung on and missed for strike 3. Foul tipped it into the glove of Ramon Castro. 9th strikeout of the night for John Brownell. He has tied his season high. And there's 1 away here in the 6th inning. Last time Brownell had 9 strikeouts was on May the 5th in York, one of his best starts of the year, 7 shutout innings. He allowed just 3 hits and a walk, struck out 9 in a 2-1 Ducks win over the Revolution. So Brownell, who was the Atlantic League leader in strikeouts entering tonight with 86, is now up to 95 on the year. And here's Wilson Valdez, who has had the best night of any Rivershark hitter, and he squares the bunt on the first pitch, but pulls back and he takes a called strike to count 0-1. Valdez bounced to second his first time up, but an RBI single to center with 2 outs in the second, and an RBI single to right with 2 out in the fourth. The hit in the second made it 3-2. The hit in the fourth made it 4-2. And here Brownell's pitch is popped in the air, foul, first base side out of play. And the count quickly 0-2 on Wilson Valdez. Valdez is a former major leaguer. 15th season of professional baseball this year. He's played with 12 different major league organizations, 7 of them at the major league level. And here comes the 0-2 from Brownell. Right-hander kicks and deals, and Valdez takes up high for ball 1. Valdez posted a career best .251 batting average in 2008 as a member of the New York Mets in terms of major league batting average. 1-2, swinging a line, driving to center field, charging in his Binnick, and he's going to have to play this one on a hop. 3rd hit of the ball game for Wilson Valdez. He continues to find success against John Brownell. And the Riversharks set up with runners at first and second and only 1 out in the 6th. And Camden now with 10 hits in the ball game. So Valdez is 3 for 4. Ducks are starting to get some action going in their bullpen. It looks like right-hander Pete Butkovics is warming up down the left field line. So after the Ducks had 16 hits yesterday, Camden has put up 10 hits today. And that'll bring up Dionis Cesar, the 3rd baseman and 3-hitter who had an RBI single to right his last time up. Runners at first and second, 1 out. First pitch, Cesar takes, and it's low for ball 1. Brownell's pitch count is starting to get up pretty high. He is at 116 right now, 74 for strikes. Kevin Byers trying to get him through 6 innings here tonight before turning it over to the bullpen. The first inning was the real big inning for Brownell in terms of pitches. Threw up over 30 pitches in that inning. 1-0, swing and a miss. Again, the nasty breaking ball. Count 1-1. It seems like Brownell's curveball has been his best pitch here tonight. That's what's led to a lot of strikeouts, but he's left a couple fastballs up in the zone, and that's what has allowed the Riversharks to get 10 hits in the game. Here comes a 1-1. Brownell looks back to second, kicks and turns, and back there is Billy Rice. Rice has 2 hits. Valdez has 3. Jimenez and Reynolds, the only 2 Riversharks without hits tonight. And this pitch is fouled over the screen and behind home plate, out of play. And now 1-2 on Dionis Cesar. Every Rivershark batter has reached base safely at least once here tonight against Brownell. And important here for the Duck right-hander to keep this a 2-run game if the Ducks want to come back here tonight. Ducks have had so many come-from-behind wins of late, especially against Camden. 1-2. Swinging a line drive to short. Off the glove of a leaping Dan Lyons, and it trickles out into left field. Almost a terrific leaping grab by Lyons, but it ends up being a base hit for Cesar, his second hit of the night. And now the bases are loaded for Camden with 1 out in the 6th. And the DH, Valentino Pascucci, will now come to the plate. Big point in the ball game here. What do you do if you're Kevin Byes? You can't have Pete Budkovics, I don't think, come on and face Pascucci, who Brownell's allowed 1 hit, 2 and 3 at-bats tonight. But you'd rather have the veteran Brownell instead of the rookie Budkovics going up against the right-handed power hitter. First pitch on the way to Pascucci. He takes a fastball low and outside, and the count 1-0. Lyons has played great at shortstop all year long and almost made a nice leaping catch there on the liner by Cesar, but it went off the edge of his glove and trickled far enough away that allowed Rice to get to third. 1-0. Pascucci takes a breaking ball over the outside corner for a strike, and the count 1-1. And again, it looked like a fastball that time that Cesar hit. Expect to see Brownell go to more of the curveball here, but arm might be a little bit tired at this point to be throwing them consistently. Here's the 1-1. Pitch on the way. Pascucci swings, pops it up foul. First base side out of play. The count 1-2. Padron would be next if Pascucci does anything but hit into a double play. No lefties, though, warming for the Ducks down the left field line. It is only the right-hander Budkovics at this point. 1-2 count. Ready to go is Brownell. Pitch on the way is swung on and popped up foul again behind home plate. Second season with the Riversharks for Pascucci. Spent 2010 with Camden. He had .275 with 3 homers and 9 RBI in 14 games before he got signed by the Mets. Went 3 for 11 with the Mets in 2011 with a home run and 2 RBI and 11 at-bats. Here's the 1-2. Up high, Pascucci takes. Count 2-2 as a train rumbles along the Ben Franklin Bridge going from Philadelphia to Camden, New Jersey. So it'll be a 2-2 this time in Pascucci. Bases loaded with Riversharks, who lead it by 2. 2-2. Swung on and grounded to the left side and through a base hit. In to score from third is Rice. Around third and coming home is Valdez. The throw to the plate is not in time. Going to third on the play is Cesar. A 2-run single for Valentino Pascucci. And the Riversharks lead it by 4. It is 7-3. So Brownell can't find a way to get a big second out in the inning. And Valentino Pascucci with his second hit of the night, second and third RBIs of the night. And he is now up to 18 runs batted in on the year as he continues to do damage against the Ducks. And Long Island's deficit now up to 4. It's their largest deficit of the game. So now runners at the corners, still only 1 out. The first pitch on the way here to Raul Padron. Swung and bounced back to the mound. Brownell fields, goes to short for 1. The turn to first in time. A 1-6-3 double play turned there by the Ducks, but it was 1 batter too late. 2 runs on 4 hits in the 6th for the Riversharks, and they leave 1 on base because of the twin killing. And after 6 innings of play tonight, it is 7-3 Camden in the opener of this 3-game set.
Hi, this is Bud Harrelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
Amy Cornella, age 17.
Last year, 49 people a day died from a totally preventable national public health problem. 49 people a day were killed at the hands of drunk drivers. So the next time you're drinking and you're thinking about driving, ask yourself, do you really want to add to this list?
Elijah Anthony Michael Burrow Sealy. Age, 2 months.
Stay alive. Don't drink and drive. A message from Suffolk County Stop DWI.
Well, we take this game to the 7th inning. Tough end for John Brownell here in the bottom of the 6th as he allows the two-run single to the left side by Valentino Pascucci that makes this a 7-3 game after the Ducks had scored a run in the top of the 6th. Camden with 2 in the bottom of the inning, and they have their largest lead of the night at 4. 12 hits for Camden, and Josh Walter will come out to start this 7th inning with the Ducks now trailing by 4. We'll have to try and come from behind from 4 runs down for the second time against Camden this year to try and tie this game. Armando Gabino has begun to warm for the Riversharks down the right field line. And hey, Ducks fans, do you want frequent updates on team transactions, scores, store specials, and the status of upcoming games? Then you should follow the Long Island Ducks on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucks. With Twitter, the faithful flock will also be able to follow their Ducks and find out more information regarding nightly promotions, player signings, league activities, and so much more. The Ducks are tweeting right now, and you can follow along at twitter.com/LIDucks. That'll be the top of the order for the Ducks here in the 7th inning against Walter. Joe Ash Brodeen to lead off. And the first pitch on the way is taken for a strike at the belt from Walter, in the count 0-1. Walter has pitched okay here tonight. He's allowed 3 runs on 7 hits in 6 innings, 1 walk and 1 strikeout. 0-1. Inside it hits Brodeen on the back. And in the 7-3 game, that might have been a little bit of payback for what Brodeen did against the Riversharks at Bethpage Ballpark, although I'm sure that one had no intent to it. First hit batter of the game. And Brodeen is on for the second time tonight after he reached on an error back in the first. Unless the Ducks can rally here, Brodeen might not get another at-bat tonight, and that would end his hitting streak at 7. So with nobody out and the base is empty, that'll bring up Josh Barfield. First pitch on the way, and he checks his swing. They'll appeal to first, but Alan Barnfield says that he went around. It certainly looked like from this point of view that he did as well. Count 0-1 on Barfield, who has 2 hits tonight. He singled to left back in the first, doubled to left in the 5th. He and Castro have multi-hit games this evening, part of the 7-hit performance for the Ducks so far tonight. 0-1, swinging a high fly ball near to left field, well hit. Going back is Gomez with a warning track at the wall. He looks up and it's off the wall. Brodeen on his way to third. He is going to round third. Here comes the relay throw to the plate, and it is not in time. Brodeen slides in safely. It's an RBI double for Josh Barfield. The Ducks have added a run here in the 7th, and the deficit back to 3. It is 7-4. So Josh Barfield with his second double of the night and his first run batted in. He's up to 26 RBIs on the season. Barfield now with 16 doubles. And out to the mound goes the catcher Raul Padron and the first baseman Delwyn Young to talk things over with the right-hander Josh Walter, who might be laboring here a little bit in the 7th. He is at 102 pitches at this point, 65 for strikes. And again, Armando Gabino, a right-hander, warming down the right field line for Camden. And now Brett Bonvecchio, the pitching coach, is going to come out of the dugout. And Bonvecchio is going to have a chat here with the right-hander. Let's see if he has a chat or goes to the bullpen. Ron Karkovice, the manager, usually will come out to make a change. But Bonvecchio goes out to the mound to talk things over. So Barfield with a 3-hit game here today. And yesterday he had just 1 hit, a double. And it looks like Walter is going to stay in the game here. The Ducks need to get 1 more base runner on, and then they would bring the tying run to the plate. Ducks now with 8 hits in the game. Trail the Riversharks by 4 in that category, and trailed by 3 on the scoreboard. Ducks have scored now in each of the last 2 innings. So here's Brian Nelson of the plate with a runner at second and nobody out. Myers clapping along at third. Barfield leads at second. And the first pitch to Nelson, up and inside for ball 1. Nelson tonight has gone 0 for 2 with a walk. Drew the walk his last time up. That was back in the 5th. A 4-pitch walk from Walter. Before that, he had hit into a 6-3 double play and bounced to second. 1-0 on the way. And Nelson swings and grounds one to first. Stays fair. Young will take it and step on the bag. And allows Barfield to cross over to third. And now the Ducks with a runner at third and one man out. And that'll bring up the catcher, Ramon Castro. So Castro will come to the plate batting from the right side. Tonight Castro with 2 hits, a double, a single, and a run batted in. He has also flied to right. That's how his 3 at-bats have gone here, and he is trying to bring Barfield home from third and make this a 2-run game once again. First pitch, and it is low and outside. Good block at home plate by Padron. And the count 1-0. Castro with the 2-out RBI double down the right field line in his first at-bat back in the first inning, and he came up with first and second 2 out in the 5th when he swung first pitch and flied to right to end the threat. 1-0, swing and a miss. Good cut on the fastball, but Walter got it past him to even up the count at 1-1. Castro now with 5 hits over the last 2 games and 5 RBIs over the last 2 games. The 1-1. Walter deals, and Castro swings and fouls it over the screen and off to our right behind home plate. And Kyram's back down below, and now a race for the baseball. A whole bunch of kids chasing after it. We'll see who comes up with it. The count now 1-2. And Walter trying to get the second out of this top of the 7th inning. 7-4 Riversharks lead in the 1-2. Swinging a fly ball in the air to right. Moving over shallow and towards the line at the right fielder Reynolds. He makes the catch. Barfield tags from third, goes about a third of the way, and now we'll head back to third base. Good throw there by Reynolds. And Barfield has to stay put at third, so Castro cannot get the job done. 2 away here in the 7th. And that'll bring up the right fielder Adam Bailey. So the Riversharks sticking with Josh Walter despite hitting a batter and giving up the RBI double here in this 7th inning. And it's paid off because Nelson and Castro have each gotten out. And now Adam Bailey will come up to the plate here with 2 down and the runner at third. The Ducks still trail by 3. Bailey will try and get on and bring up Navarrete as the tying run. First pitch coming from Walter, who works out of the stretch. And Bailey will take a fastball inside. Count 1-0. Bailey tripled to right field his last time up. First triple of the season for the right fielder. Before that, he grounded to second and fly to center. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And Bailey will swing and line one into right field for a base hit. Barfield will trot home from third. A 2-out RBI single to right for Adam Bailey, his second hit of the game. Ducks have cut the deficit back down to 2. It is 7-5. And that'll bring the tying run to the plate in Ray Navarrete. 9th hit of the game for the Ducks, and that is going to spell the end here for Josh Walter. Ron Karkovice wanted to try and get him through 7, but he will take the ball from his right-hander here with a runner at first. 2 out in the 7th. It's a 2-run game, and the tying run coming to the plate here in Ray Navarrete. Pitching change, and we'll be right back here at Campbell's Field.
Hi, this is right-handed pitcher Josh Lansford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Mr. Savemore, it's happening again. I know our electric costs went down after all that new lighting you did through LIPA's lighting retrofit program, but this month's bill is even lower. Should I contact LIPA this time?
No, Millie. There's still nothing wrong with our LIPA bill. This time I took advantage of LIPA's AC retrofit program. Our central air system was, let's say not too efficient anymore. You remember last summer. With LIPA's AC retrofit program, I replaced all our units, here in our offices, in our warehouse, and our showroom. With LIPA's increased rebates and lower cooling costs every summer, our new AC systems will pay for themselves in just a few years.
Oh, Mr. Savemore, you did it again! You saved more!
LIPA's commercial AC retrofit program can reduce your cooling costs by up to 30%. Over time, that can mean thousands. Call 1-800-692-2626 or visit lipower.org/retrofit. LIPA, we're working for you.
New pitcher is in for Camden. It is the right-hander Armando Gabino. And Gavino comes on with the runner at first base in Adam Bailey after his RBI single to right, makes it a 7-5 game. Josh Barfield had an RBI double to left center earlier in the inning. That made it a 7-4 game. And now the tying run will come to the plate here in Ray Navarrete. What a wild one this has been again between these two teams. Ducks had a 1-0 lead. Camden took a 2-1 advantage. Ducks tied it at 2. Riversharks took the lead right back in the second to make it 3-2. They added 2 in the 5th before the Ducks scored 1 in the 7th. 1 in the 6th. Riversharks scored 2 in the bottom of the 6th, and the Ducks with 2 in the top of the 7th. So if you followed that all, it's 7-5 Riversharks. First pitch is taken for a called strike by Navarrete, and the count 0-1. We'll get to the final line on Walter once his line is done. He is still responsible for Bailey, the runner at first. And again, the right-hander Armando Gabino is now pitching here to Navarrete. 0-1 upcoming. And the pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled off. First base side out of play. And Navarrete quickly in the hole here at 0-2. So far tonight, Navarrete is 1 for 3. He had an RBI double to right center his last time up, and that was back in the 6th. Before that, he flied out to center twice. So Gabino's thrown 2 pitches, both for strikes. Bailey leads at first with 2 away. And an 0-2 pitch upcoming. Gabino kicks, fires, and Navarrete will take up high for ball 1. Pete Budkovics was warming up before. Looked like he was going to come into the game, and it is still Budkovics warming down the left field line. So in a 2-run game, unless Navarrete can do something here, it would likely be Budkovics to pitch the bottom of the 7th. 1-2. Swinging a ground ball here to second. Jimenez will field and throw over to first for the out. So Gabino comes on and records the final out of the 7th to keep the Ducks off the scoreboard for the rest of the 7th inning. But 2 runs for the Ducks on 2 hits and a hit batter. No errors and 1 left on base. Time to stretch here at Campbell's Field. Riversharks lead the Ducks 7-5 on this Monday night.
Hi, this is Ray Navarrete, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Mr. Savemore, I just opened our electric bill. There must be some mistake.
Yes, Millie, what would that be?
It's so much lower. It must be wrong. Should I contact LIPA?
No, Millie. There's nothing wrong with our bill. It's all the new lighting we've installed. Our lighting contractor told me about LIPA's new commercial lighting retrofit program. We were able to upgrade all our lighting here in our offices, in our warehouse, and our showroom. With LIPA's new higher rebates, our new lighting will pay for itself in less than a year, including our contractor costs. Not to mention how this will help improve our sales. And as you see, it's costing us a lot less for electricity.
Oh, Mr. Savemore, you really do know how to save more.
LIPA's commercial lighting retrofit program can reduce your lighting electric costs by up to 40%. Over time, that can mean thousands. Call 1-800-692-2626 or visit lipower.org/retrofit. LIPA, we're working for you.
Back here at Campbell's Field, we take this game to the bottom half of inning number 7. It is a 7-5 lead for the Riversharks over the Ducks. Ducks trying to fight back. They're keeping in this game. And now it'll be up to the bullpen as coming in to pitch is right-hander Pete Budkovics. He will take over for John Brownell, who goes 6 innings tonight. We'll get you Brownell's final line, and we will get you Walter's final line here in this bottom of the 7th inning. But it's imperative at this point for the Ducks bullpen to keep Camden off the scoreboard here if they want to have a chance to come back in this game. And give the Ducks credit, Brownell has not had his best stuff tonight, but they keep fighting back and trying to get Brownell off the hook here and try and win their 4th straight game overall, all of them against the Riversharks. So Delwyn Young is going to lead things off here. He is the 6th hitter and first baseman for the Riversharks. And he will be followed by Jimenez and Reynolds. First pitch on the way, it misses for ball 1 to Young, who has singled to right and struck out looking twice in his 3 at-bats. And this pitch fouled back to the screen behind home plate. It'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. So Brownell again struggled for his second consecutive start. But he did strike out 9 batters, tying his season high. And here Budkovic delivers a strike at the knees. And that will run the count to 1-2. So ball, a foul ball, and a called strike. Young behind the count 1-2. Right-hander set, kicks and fires, and Young will swing and miss for strike 3. Castro will pick the ball up and apply the tag. First strikeout for Budkovic, 10th of the night for Ducks pitching. And there's 1 out here in the 7th. That'll bring up the second baseman, D'Angelo Jimenez. Ducks pitching staff had 595 strikeouts as a team entering tonight, and that leads the Atlantic League. 4 more entering tonight than the Barnstormers, who were at 591. And I'm sure the Ducks still holding on to that lead, as they have earned 10 strikeouts here tonight. So for Brownell, he goes 6 innings tonight, allows 12 hits, 7 runs, 6 of them earned. Walked 3 and struck out a season-high tying 9. And this pitch from Budkovic hits the outside corner for a strike on D'Angelo Jimenez, who has struck out looking twice, sandwiched around a walk and a run scored in the 4th. Here comes an 0-1 from Budkovic. Kicks, fires, and Jimenez takes upstairs for ball 1. The numbers on Budkovic this year: 0-1 record, 7.27 ERA in 9 games and 1 start. 27 hits in 17 and 1/3 innings. And the 1-1 missed up and away for ball 2. 16 runs, 14 earned allowed by Budkovic, 10 walks, and 15 strikeouts. Two-one count. And a pitch from the right-hander. Jimenez swings and misses, and a pitch over the outside corner, and it's 2-2. Last time Budkovic's pitch was on July the 19th against this Camden Riversharks team. In 2 1/3 innings, he gave up 3 hits and 3 runs, walked 2 and struck out 1. 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He chased a pitch on the outside corner. Back-to-back strikeouts for Budkovic. 11 Ks in the game for the Ducks, and there's 2 away. Check that Budkovic's last pitch on the 18th, not the 19th. That was in the 12-4 Riversharks win. He pitched 2 1/3 innings in that game, so he came in the 7th. Pitched the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th. Here, a high pop-up in the air to left field. P.J. Phillips started back. Now he moves in. Phillips camps under it. He makes the catch, and a strong inning for Pete Budkovic here in the 7th. Needs just 10 pitches, retires the side in order, strikes out 2. Big inning there to keep Camden off the board for the first time since the 5th inning. And we take this game to the 8th here at Campbell's Field. It is now the Riversharks still leading the Ducks by a count of 7-5.
Hi, this is Steve Foucault, pitching coach for the Ducks. You're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc Pavers, let Nicoloc Pavers pave your way.
Northeast Facility Supplies is the official janitorial supplier of the Long Island Ducks, serving all of Long Island, both North and South Fork locations to better serve you. We're located in Ronkonkoma and have a complete range of janitorial supplies for all your facilities' needs. Whether it's paper, plastics, chemicals, machinery, or equipment, no business is ever too big or too small for us. Don't forget to ask about our price match guarantee. Visit us on the web at www.nefaci.com or give us a call at 631-563-8119. Fans, time to chill out with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee Company gourmet iced coffee, available right now at our concession stands. Hampton Coffee is the preferred coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Visit HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or visit their cafes out in the Hamptons. Armando Gabino will stay in the game after getting Ray Navarrete to ground out to second to end the 7th. And as we go to the 8th inning, Ducks holding a 7-5, or check that, the Riversharks holding a 7-5 lead over the Ducks. Long Island, though, has tried to chip back at the deficit over the last couple innings, and now after Budkovic throws up a 0 in the 7th, we'll see if the Ducks can cut into the deficit further. Phillips takes outside for ball 1, and we're underway here in the 8th inning. Numbers on Gabino this year. He's got a record of 2-6 with a 4.86 ERA, 24 games, 6 starts on the season. 1-0. Phillips swings, pops it foul. First base side of home plate, and the count 1-1. For Gabino, he has pitched a total of 66 and 2/3 innings, 69 hits, 38 runs, 36 of them earned, 28 walks to 64 strikeouts. 1-1 coming here to Phillips. And Phillips takes up and in for ball 2. The Ducks left fielder grounded to third in the 2nd, reached on an error and stole a base in the 4th, and then popped to second in the 6th. Here comes a 2-1. And Phillips will swing and miss, cut through a fastball down low. And it's now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Phillips and Lyons, the only 2 Ducks who have yet to reach base here today. Pitch swung on and popped up a mile high on the infield. Third baseman Cesar making the call. And Cesar will make the catch on the left side of the infield. So Phillips is retired, now 0 for 4. And there's one away here in the 8th inning. So Phillips heads back to the dugout. That'll bring up the center fielder, Craig Binnick. Binnick is 1 for 3 tonight. And he comes up with the bases empty and 1 out here in the inning. First pitch on the way, and Binnick will swing and ground 1 foul, third base side into the crowd. And the count is 0-1. Binnick with a solo home run in left field in the 2nd of the year. Then he grounded to second in the 4th, popped out foul to the catcher in the 6th. And the 0-1, that's delivered low. And it'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Ducks trail by 2. Riversharks out hitting the Ducks 12-9. Gabino is set. There's 1-1 on the way to Binnick. Outside for a ball. And it runs the count to 2-1. Ducks would love nothing more than to get either Binnick or Lyons on here in this inning, if not both of them, and then have Joash Brodin come up to the plate in this 8th inning with a chance to tie the game with 1 swing. 2-1 on the way. Binnick swings, pops on up. Foul territory, first base side. Over towards the dugout is Young. He will make the catch on the warning track. So Binnick is retired for a 3rd straight at-bat after the home run his first time up. 2 away here in the 8th. Gabino's retired all 3 that he has faced, and that'll bring up Dan Lyons. Hear the pizza chants in the background. Lyons is the Sacanti's K-man here tonight. And if Lyons strikes out, fans will get to win some free pizza. Lyons has gone 0 for 3 tonight, but he has not struck out yet. Just 1 strikeout so far for the Riversharks pitching staff. And the first pitch on the way, Lyons takes. It's on the outside corner for strike 1. Brodin has been the only Duck batter to strike out tonight. That was back in the 3rd. Lyons has popped a second fly to center and popped out foul to the catcher in his 3 at-bats. Be an 0-1 from Armando Gabino. Right-hander kicks, fires, and Lyons will take low and away. Evens up the count at 1-1. Riversharks trying to end the Ducks' 3-game winning streak. Here comes the 1-1. Pitch on the way. Swung on and line right back to Gabino. He makes the catch on the line. So Lyons is robbed of a base hit, and the side retired in order here in the 8th inning. Good job by Armando Gabino. Ducks go down 1-2-3. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Riversharks still lead the Ducks by a count of 7-5.
Hi, this is pitcher Jared Lansford, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Hi, I'm former Major Leaguer John Franco. Growing up in Brooklyn, I dreamed of playing professional baseball. My dad, a city employee, worked hard so I could live out that dream. The team at MCU is a lot like my dad. They're New Yorkers you can count on, and they'll work hard to help you reach your financial goals.
Municipal Credit Union has a full range of financial services that make sense in today's economy. Join today. Call 1-866-JOIN-MCU or visit nymcu.org.
MCU, strong, trusted, growing.
Pete Butkovics is back on the mound as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. 7-5 Riversharks lead it over the Ducks. Ducks will be back at home this upcoming week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. 7:05 p.m. all three times the game begins. Gates will open at 6:05 on Monday and Tuesday. Special 5:10 gate opening times on Wednesday and Thursday. On Wednesday, there will be a charity softball game between CUSAC, the Quality Services for the Autism Community, and the Oyster Bay Police Department. That game will take place at 5:30 before the Ducks 7:05 game on Wednesday, July 31st, and on Thursday, August 1st, 5:10 gates again. Charity softball game between the New York Police Department and the Suffolk County Police Department and Corrections. Again, that game will be at 5:30 before the Ducks 7:05 game. So some charity softball this week before the Ducks play. First pitch is down low for ball one to Billy Rice, who leads off here in the 8th inning. On Monday night, it'll be Irish night at Bethpage Ballpark. Souvenir Cups will go out to the first 1,500 fans, courtesy of Shandon Court. The 1-0 from Butkovics. He deals a fastball outside corner for a strike. Tuesday night, following the game, a Grucci Fireworks Extravaganza presented by Uncle Giuseppe's Marketplace. Wednesday's the 5th annual Fire Safety Awareness Night presented by Underwriter Laboratories. 1-1 is swung and lined back into center field for a single. So Billy Rice picks up his third hit of the night. He has scored his previous two times that he's picked up base hits. The leadoff man on for the Riversharks here in the 8th inning. So the first 1,500 fans in attendance on Wednesday night will take home Duck Spiral notepads, courtesy of Underwriter Laboratories. And on Thursday, August 1st, this Prostate Cancer Awareness Night with Ed Randall's Fans for the Cure. He'll be at Bethpage Ballpark as he and the Ducks team up in the fight against prostate cancer. That game again begins at 7:05 p.m. First pitch here to Yasser Gomez is actually a throw over to first to check on the runner, Billy Rice. So tickets for all four games against the Blue Crabs still available. You can get them at the Bethpage Ballpark box office, online at liducks.com, and over the phone, 631-940-TIXX. Yasser Gomez squares to bunt, and he takes outside for ball one. Butkovics retired the side in order in the 7th inning, and then gave up a leadoff single here to Billy Rice in the 8th. Rice now 3 for 4. 1-0 upcoming. Nelson in tight at third, and the throw over to first chases Rice back to the bag. Rice has some good speed. And this season he has stolen 3 bases. He's been caught twice. No steals yet tonight. 1-0. Rice squares to bunt, or check that, Gomez squares to bunt right in front of home plate. Fielded there by Castro. He will throw over to first for the putout. So the sac bunt is successful. It goes 2-3. And moving down to second base is Billy Rice. Riversharks want to try and get some insurance before the 9th inning. For Yasser Gomez, that is the 5th sacrifice bunt of the year that he has laid down. So Rice is at second, and up to the plate steps Wilson Valdez, who has been a thorn in the Ducks' side all night long. But now Butkovics will face him instead of Brownell, and the first pitch is low for ball one. Valdez is 3 for 4, 3 singles. Riversharks have 13 hits on the night. And all 13 of the hits are singles. They have been singling the Ducks to death. 1-0 pitch. Swung on and fisted in the air to shallow right field. And another hit for Valdez. On his way to third is Rice. He rounds third, but he'll hold on right there as the throw comes in to Brodeen. 4-hit night for Wilson Valdez. And the Riversharks have runners at first and third here in the 8th inning with only one out as they threaten to extend their 7-5 lead. So Rice now at third and Valdez at second here in the 8th. So that will bring up Dionis Cesar, who will bat from the left side. Cesar has 2 hits and a walk here tonight. He's also driven in a run. Throw over to first. And back safely there is Valdez. We'll see if Valdez tries to steal second base and take the double play out of order. Valdez this season has stolen 18 bases. He's been caught just one time. Butkovic steals, and Cesar will take low and outside, barely missed. And the count 1-0. Pitch counts tonight. John Brownell threw 126 pitches, 82 of them for strikes, while Josh Walter threw 109 pitches, 69 of them for strikes. Looks like the right-hander and closer Adrian Martin is pitching in the bullpen for Camden right now. Cesar here hits a high fly ball in the left field and deep. Going back is Phillips. Has room to make the catch. Tagging from third and jogging home to score is Rice. The throw comes in a second, and sliding in safely is Valdez. It's a sac fly and an RBI for Cesar, his second run batted in of the game. And the Riversharks scratch across an insurance run. It is now 8-5 Camden here in the 8th inning. So with 2 RBIs for Cesar, he's now up to 22 on the year. And for Cesar, it's his second sacrifice fly of the season. Rice scores from third. And moving from first to second is Valdez. Heads up play there by Valdez with the deep fly ball, knowing that if he can get in a scoring position with Pascucci at the plate, a hit would likely make this a 9-5 game. First pitch from Butkovic, and Pascucci takes the breaking ball on the outside corner for strike 1. Another good night for Pascucci, 2 for 4 at the plate. He has driven in 3 runs. It's really been the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for Camden who have done most of the damage, with Rice, the 9-hitter, also chipping in with 3 hits and 3 runs scored. 0-1. Outside corner, a fastball strike this time from Butkovic, and he's quickly ahead of Pascucci, 0-2. RBI single to right in the first by Pascucci, 2-run single to left in the 6th. Sandwich around a ground out to third and a fly out to right. The 0-2 upcoming here from the Ducks right-hander. That pitch. Fastball just missed the outside corner. And the count now goes to a ball and 2 strikes on Valentino Pascucci. 1-2 upcoming from Butkovic. Right-hander kicks, fires, and the breaking ball is low. Evens up to count at 2-2. On the Major League Scoreboard final in Texas, Rangers shut out the Yankees 3-0. Yu Darvish to win improved to 9-4. And Ivanova, the loss, fell to 4-3. Joe Nathan earned his 31st save. Nelson Cruz hit his 23rd homer of the year. 2-2 on the way. Pascucci swings and pops one up foul. First base side of home plate. That'll be back into the seats. And we'll do it again at 2-2. Mets lost 2-1 at home to the Atlanta Braves. Walden got the win to improve to 4-1. Parnell, who allowed 2 runs in the 9th, gets the loss to fall to 5-5. Allowed an RBI ground out to Johnson. Chad Johnson and an RBI single to Reed Johnson in the 9th inning. So Parnell got the loss to fall to 5-5. Craig Kimbrell earned his 28th save of the year. No home runs in the game. 2-2 just missed upstairs. And the count has gone from 0-2 to 3-2 on Valentino Pascucci. Bridgeport defeated Southern Maryland tonight 8-4. Sugarland 8-7 over Lancaster. And they finally have resumed play in the 3rd in Somerset, where the Patriots have a 6-0 lead over the York Revolution. 3-2. Swung and grounded. Foul along the 3rd base line. I'll keep the count full on Pascucci. We'll take a closer look at all those games during the post-game show after the final out. Riversharks lead at 8-5 here over the Ducks, bottom of the 8th inning, trying to scratch across another insurance run. Adrian Martin, the closer for Camden, set to come in. He had a rough night on Friday at Bethpage Ballpark, and the Ducks hoping for more of the same here tonight. 3-2. Low for ball 4. Budkovics could not get Pascucci out. He got a 0-2 and walks him. It's the 4th walk by Ducks pitching tonight. And now runners at first and second with 2 out. Now Raul Padron, a left-handed hitter, will get a chance against Budkovics. No action for the Ducks down the left field line. Kevin Baez wants to give his bullpen some more rest. Yesterday, Ducks had to use 4 pitchers, Threets, Josh Lansford, and Daniel Herrera for an inning apiece. TJ Hose faced 3 batters, could not record an out. So he wants his bullpen a rest here tonight. Pete Budkovics, the only one hoping, Kevin Baez is hoping that will pitch. The pitch taken up and away for ball 1. Ducks have a 5-game lead in the Liberty Division standings entering tonight. Southern Maryland won and Southern Maryland lost. Bridgeport won as they faced each other. 1-0 is low. Count goes to 2-0. Padron tonight is 1 for 4. Had an RBI single to right back in the first. Since then he has struck out, fly to right, and hit into a 1-6-3 double play. Be a 2-0 from the right-hander. Set at the belt. Deals, and Padron will take low and outside again. Budkovics with some close pitches here and not getting the call from the home plate umpire, Aaron Freeman. So the count now 3 balls and no strikes, and Budkovics 1 more ball away from walking Padron to load the bases for Delwyn Young. Here's the 3-0, and that's low and outside for ball 4. Back-to-back 2-out walks, and the Riversharks again doing damage with 2 out in the inning. So Padron goes to first, Pascucci goes to second, and Valdez goes to third. Brian Nelson and Ramon Castro will go to the mound here to try and talk with the right-hander Budkovics and settle him down a little bit. He pitched very well in the 7th inning, needed just 10 pitches to retire the side in order. But 2 singles, 2 walks, and a sac fly here in the 8th inning. And again for Budkovics, it seems like he has been okay when he's gone 1 inning, but once he has had to go to a 2nd inning of relief, he has started to struggle a little bit, especially as of late. You saw him get out of trouble in the 7th inning on Thursday night, but when he came in to pitch the 8th inning, he fell into trouble and gave up a 3-run home run. First pitch here to Young, swung on and hit in the air down the right field line. Long run for Bailey, he's not going to get it. It drops in for a base hit. In to score are Valdez and Pascucci. Going to third is Padron, a 2-run single with 2 outs down the right field line for Delwyn Young, and it's now 10-5 Riversharks here in the 8th inning. It was a little surprising to see Pete Budkovics come in a 2-run game. It was close at the time, but Kevin Baez wanting to save his bullpen here and obviously does not want to lose games, but his bullpen certainly needed some rest, and Budkovics, who hadn't pitched since Thursday, thrust into action here in the 2-run game. And he's given up 3 runs here in the 8th inning, and it's allowed the Riversharks to now lead by 5. First pitch to Jimenez is taken for a strike. And walks will kill you. They'll always say that. Walks will never lead to anything good, and here in the inning, 2 walks with 2 outs extended the inning, and Delwyn Young with a 2-run single to right. This pitch misses for ball 1 to Jimenez. So for Young, it's his 2nd hit of the game. He's now 2 for 5 with 3 strikeouts, but 2 RBIs increases his season total to 44. Runners at first and third, 1-1. Jimenez takes a strike at the knees. This time that pitch called for a strike. And the count now 1-2. 15 hits for the Riversharks here tonight. Ducks had 10 runs and 16 hits last night. Riversharks with 10 runs and 15 hits here tonight. And now Budkovics is 1-2. Swung on and lifted foul, third base side out of play. Do it once again at 1-2 on Jimenez, who has struck out 3 times tonight and has walked and scored a run as well. Ducks pitching staff with 11 strikeouts tonight, 1 shy of their season high for a single game. And the 1-2, swinging a ground ball here to first. Brodeen takes the high hop. He will take it to the bag himself, and that will finally retire the side. The Riversharks, though, sent 8 men to the plate, and they get 3 runs on 3 hits and 2 walks, 2 very big walks, no errors, and 2 men left on base. Take this game to the 9th inning. Riversharks will try and close it out. They lead 10-5 here at Campbell's Field.
Hi, this is catcher Ralph Enriquez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Want to know what happy tastes like? Well, treat your taste buds to Carvel's new iceberg and Carvelate beverages. A Carvel iceberg starts with your favorite soda, like Coke, Fanta Orange, and Barq's Root Beer. Blend in ice and vanilla flavoring. It's then topped off with Carvel's famous soft serve ice cream. And try a new Carvelate, a dynamite mixture of coffee and hazelnut or Irish cream flavor, blended with ice and topped off with whipped cream and crunchies. New Carvelates and iceberg drinks. That's what happy tastes like. Only at Carvel. Visit Carvel.com for the location nearest you.
Now that Metrex is the official nutrition bar of the Long Island Ducks, they're fueling their powerful lineup with delicious high-quality protein to support lean muscle and strength. So that in 2013, the Long Island Ducks can have their best season ever. Uh-oh. Metrex, shaping every body.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination. Well, the Riversharks score 3 runs in the bottom of the 8th inning. They widen their lead to the largest they have had it here tonight at 5. It is 10-5 Camden. Ducks have battled back to within 2 runs a couple different times, but have not been able to pull even, and now a 10-5 lead as we go to the 9th. The closer, Adrian Martin, will come on. He no longer can get the save, but that doesn't matter. Riversharks will try and close this one out and end the Ducks' 3-game winning streak. And it'll be Joe Ashbrodeen who will lead things off for Long Island, top 3 in the order for the Ducks. First pitch on the way here from Martin to Brodeen. And it is swung on and hit high in the air, deep to right field. Going back is the right fielder, Reynolds on the run. He will make the catch. Brodeen hit that ball well, just not well enough to get up and over the head of Reynolds or out. And on one pitch, Brodeen is retired. The Ducks are able to rally to get him another at bat here tonight, but he is now 0 for 4 with a hit by pitch and 2 runs scored. He extends his run scoring streak to 8 straight games, but the hitting streak, unless the Ducks can score 5 runs here, likely ends at 7 consecutive games. So with 1 out and the bases empty, up steps Josh Barfield, who has had a nice night. He is 3 for 4 at the plate for the Ducks. And the first pitch here is taken inside for ball 1. He has certainly been the highlight at the plate for the Ducks here tonight. 3 for 4 with an RBI. That was on an RBI double in the 7th. He scored that inning as well. Had a double as well back in the 5th inning. Bailey is 2 for 4 with an RBI and a run scored. On the 1-0 here, swung on and hit high in the air to center field, well hit. Going back is Rice. He's going to catch up to this one and straightaway center and make the catch. So 2 hard hit balls off of Adrian Martin here, and there's quickly 2 away. Well, Martin suffered a tough loss against the Ducks on Friday night. He came in relief in the 9th inning with the Riversharks holding a 5-4 lead. And in that 9th inning, he gave up a run on an error that he committed himself when Pinnock led off the inning with a double and came home to score on the error by Martin on Brodeen's infield single. That tied the game at 5. And then in the 10th inning, he gave up 6 runs in the inning, including the waddle-off grand slam by Joe Ashbrodeen. That gave the Ducks the 11-8 come-from-behind win. Here's Brian Nelson. First pitch swinging, he misses for strike 1. So Martin allowed 7 runs, only 1 of them earned, though, on 6 hits in an inning and 2/3. 1 walk and 1 strikeout. Both errors, though, that he committed were committed by Martin. So they're unearned runs, but he was the one who committed the error. Errors, I should say. 0-1 is low, evens the count at 1-1. Nelson tonight is 0 for 3 with a walk. He drew that walk back in the 5th inning. Armando Gabino in relief tonight goes 1 1/3. Nothing across. No hits, runs, walks, or strikeouts. In relief of Josh Walter. 1-1. Nelson swings, pops this one in the air down the left field line. That's going to slice into the seats. And the count goes to 1-2. If the score holds up, then Josh Walter would get the win, which would improve his record to 5-9 on the year. And John Brownell would suffer the loss. He would drop to 8-6. Post-game show will come up after the final out. We'll recap the game, hand out the Nico Lock Player of the Game Award, and then we will take one final look at the out-of-town scoreboard before we wrap things up. Here comes the 1-2. Pitch on the way, and Nelson swings and taps one to short. This should do it. Valdez will field and throw to first in time for the out. This ball game is over, and the Riversharks win it here tonight by a count of 10-5. So the Ducks go in order in the ninth as Adrian Martin closes the game out. And for the Ducks, their 3-game winning streak has come to a close. And the Ducks want to continue their series winning streak here in the second half of the season. They'll need to win the next 2 here over Camden. Tomorrow night at 7:05 and Wednesday morning at 11 o'clock. We'll take a break. Post-game show's coming up next. We'll recap the game, hand out the Nico Lock Player of the Game Award after this.
Hi, this is reliever Leo Rosales, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball.
Hey Ducks fans, your recreation destination this year is The Rinks at Hidden Pond Park. The Rinks features 2 full-size ice rinks, a 97-acre summer day camp, a New York State licensed preschool academy, and a wide variety of birthday party options. Learn to skate, join one of many hockey leagues, swim in an Olympic-sized pool, and enjoy all the fun that The Rinks has to offer. Visit us today at 660 Terry Road in Hauppauge, or check us out online at therinks.com. The Rinks, your recreation destination.
Hey, Duck fans, you want all the latest inside info on your defending Atlantic League champion Long Island Ducks? Then follow Ducks President and General Manager Michael Pfaff on Twitter at twitter.com/LIDucksGM. You'll find out first, right here, about player transactions, special stories, and so much more. You'll also be able to interact with Michael directly and get his take on all things Ducks baseball. Head to twitter.com/LIDucksGM today and make sure to follow along throughout the entire 2013 season. It's game time.
Back here at Campbell's Field, on this Monday night, where the Riversharks have won it by a count of 10-5 to take the opening game of this 3-game set. Ducks fall to 12-5 here in the second half. They are still well in first place in the Liberty Division standings. And the Riversharks improve to 7-11 here in the second half, and they get a game on the Ducks now 5.5 games behind Long Island. Well, it's time to recap this game, and we start things off in this seesaw affair in the top of the first, where the Ducks took the early lead. Joe Ashbrodeen would reach on an error on a ground ball to first baseman Delwyn Young to start the game. Josh Barfield then would single to left to put runners at first and second with nobody out. But Brian Nelson hit into a 6-3 double play, runner at third with 2 out for Ramon Castro, and he lifted a flare double down the right field line to score Brodeen and make it a 1-0 game in favor of the Ducks. But in the bottom of the first, with John Brownell on the mound for Long Island, gave up a leadoff single to right for Yasser Gomez, who would steal second and then move to third on a ground out to second by Wilson Valdez. Dionis Cesar then drew a walk, and then Valentino Pascucci and Raul Padron hit back-to-back RBI singles to score Gomez and Cesar and give Camden a 2-1 lead. And from that point on, they would never trail in the game. As in the second, Ducks were able to tie the game with 2 out. Craig Bennick lifted a solo home run out to left field, his second of the year, and the Ducks' 84th of the season. And that tied the game at 2, but it was only temporary because in the bottom of the second, Camden would take the lead right back. Reynolds would draw a walk. He stole second and went to third when Castro's throw to second went into center field. And after a fly out to center by Billy Rice, because the stolen base in the error happened with Yasser Gomez at the plate, he had popped to short. So runner at third with 2 out for Wilson Valdez. He singled to center to drive home a run, and that gave the Riversharks a 3-2 lead. 2 innings later, Camden would strike again with 2 out against Brownell. A walk to D'Angelo Jimenez, and with 1 out, a single to right by Billy Rice put runners at first and second with 1 out. Yasser Gomez would then fly to center, but then Wilson Valdez delivered an RBI single to right. Dionis Cesar followed with an RBI single to right. Back-to-back RBI 2-out hits made it 5-2 in favor of the Riversharks. Ducks would cut the deficit to 2 in the 6th inning, as Adam Bailey led off the inning with a triple to right, his first of the year. Ray Navarrete followed with an RBI double to right center to bring home Bailey. That made it 5-3 against Josh Walter, the starter for the Riversharks. But in the bottom half of the 6th inning, Brownell struggled again with 2 out, with 1 out this time. Billy Rice, an infield single to second to lead off the inning on a close play at second. But then Yasser Gomez struck out. Wilson Valdez followed with a single to center, and Dionis Cesar a single to right to load the bases with 1 out for Valentino Pascucci. Long at bat ended with a 2-run single to left field that scored both Valdez and Rice. And the 2 runs in the inning put the Riversharks back on top 7-3. They had a 4-run lead at that point. Ducks would get those 2 runs right back in the top of the 7th inning as Joe Asprodine was hit by a pitch. Josh Barfield followed with an RBI double to left center. His 26th run batted in of the year. 3 hits on the day for Barfield. That made it a 7-4 game. And after a ground out by Nelson and a fly out to right by Castro, Adam Bailey delivered an RBI single to right to score Barfield from third. And the deficit was back to 2 at 7-5. But the big inning was the bottom of the 8th when the Riversharks would score 3 against Pete Butkovics to put the game out of reach. A single to center by Billy Rice started it off. He went to second on a sacrifice bunt. Wilson Valdez then picked up his 4th hit of the game with a single to right. Dionis Cesar lifted a sac fly to left to score Rice from third. And then back-to-back walks to Valentino Pascucci and Raul Padron loaded the bases with 2 out in the 8th. And Delwyn Young, a 2-run single to right, scored both Valdez and Pascucci. And with 2 runs on that base hit, it was 10-5 Riversharks. Adrian Martin came in for the 9th. Wasn't a save situation, but he closed the game out and gave the Riversharks the 10-5 win. Winning the final totals, for the Ducks, they had 5 runs on 9 hits, 1 error, and they left 7 men on base. For the Riversharks, 10 runs on 15 hits, 2 errors, and they left 9 on base. The winning pitcher was Josh Walter. He improved to 5-9 on the year. John Brownell, the loss, he fell to 8-6 despite striking out a season-high tying 9 batters. There was no save. Game took 2 hours and 49 minutes in front of a crowd of 2,215 at Campbell's Field. The Nicolak player of the game tonight is going to go to Wilson Valdez of the Camden Riversharks. He was 4 for 5 at the plate. All 4 hits singles. He drove home 2 runs. He scored 2 runs, including a pair of 2-out RBI base hits. He keyed the Riversharks tonight. He is the Nicolak player of the game. Nicolak retaining walls and paving stones, a company synonymous with quality and service in the manufactured concrete industry for almost 50 years. We'll take one more break. When we come back, out-of-town scoreboard, and then we wrap things up from Campbell's Field here tonight.
Hi, this is manager Kevin Baez, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/Ducks Baseball.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicolak paving stones and walls. Nicolak's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicolak. Visit the Nicolak Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicolak.com.
Let Nicolak Pavers pave your way.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Clarion Hotel and Conference Center in Ronkonkoma. Uncover the perfect balance of memorable, award-winning service and the most central location Long Island has to offer. The Clarion Hotel and Conference Center is located less than a quarter mile from the Islip MacArthur Airport with a state-of-the-art health and fitness center, high-speed internet access, a world-class outdoor pool, and the great food and fun inside the Brickyard Bar and Grill. There's never been a better time to visit the Clarion Hotel and Conference Center. Best of all, it's only minutes away from Bethpage Ballpark. The Clarion Hotel and Conference Center, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 585-9500 today. That's 631-585-9500.
Back here at Campbell's Field on this Monday night, where the Riversharks win it by a final count of 10-5 over the Long Island Ducks. We'll take one final look at the out-of-town scoreboard before we wrap things up. 2 games final, 1 currently going on. Ducks had their eye on the game down in Waldorf, Maryland, where the Bridgeport Bluefish defeat the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 8-4. So Blue Crabs remain 5 back of the Ducks. Bluefish improved to within 4 games of Long Island. Winning pitcher in the game was Winston Abreu. He improved to 1-0 in relief. Michael Ballard took the loss. He fell to 6-7, and there was no save. In the game, there was a couple of home runs. Iggy Suarez hit his 3rd of the season for the Bluefish. Renny Osuna, his 5th of the year for Southern Maryland. In the Slugfest, teams combined for 24 hits. In Lancaster tonight, it was a close one, but the Skeeters won it 8-7 over the Lancaster Barnstormers. Scott Ellerton got the win to improve to 6-6. Will Savage, the loss, fell to 6-9, and Gary Majeski earned his 9th save of the year. Jeff Dominguez hit his 3rd home run of the season for Sugarland. Ryan Langerhans, the former big leaguer, hit his 2nd of the year for the Skeeters, while Ryan Harvey hit his 16th for Lancaster. So Sugarland improves their record in the Freedom Division standings, and they now have a record here in the second half of 14-3, 2 games better than the Ducks for the best overall record in the second half. They've battled through a couple rain delays in Bridgewater, New Jersey, but they are underway again in the top of the 5th inning. Patriots have a 6-0 lead over the York Revolution. Graham Taylor started for the Patriots. Paul Phillips is now in. Corey Thurman started for the Revolution. Slama is now pitching. And for the Patriots, Jake Fox has 2 RBIs in the game to lead the way. York obviously with no RBIs because they do not have any runs on the board. 4 different players have picked up hits, though, in the game. Yankees were shut out down in Texas tonight, 3-0. They were held to just 3 hits after having to play the late game last night up in Boston and fly down to Texas. Winning pitcher was Yu Darvish, improved to 9-4. Ivan over the loss fell to 4-3. Joe Nathan, his 31st save. Nelson Cruz, the only homer, his 23rd of the year. Mets had a 1-0 lead going into the 9th inning. Dylan G took a no-hitter into the 7th. But it's the Braves who win at 2-1. Walden, the win, improved to 4-1. Parnell blew the save in the 9th. He fell to 5-5. And Craig Kimbrell earned his 28th save of the year. No home runs in that game. And New York Liberty were in action tonight out in Indiana. They were playing the Fever at Bankers Life Fieldhouse. Trying to get you a final score update from there. Unable to get that right now. They have not posted a final score, but the Liberty in action tonight in WNBA action. The Ducks and the Riversharks will continue their series here tomorrow evening, a 7:05 p.m. start here in Camden. The Ducks will be sending out left-handed pitcher Bill Murphy, who will try and build off a couple of strong outings on the mound. Murphy is 1-10 this year. He's got a 6.61 ERA in 14 starts. Riversharks will counter with A.J. Batisto, who will take the mound. Batisto has a record this season of 3-0 with a 2.22 ERA through 4 games and 3 starts. Exact same pitching matchup as last Thursday at Bethpage Ballpark, where the Riversharks defeated the Ducks by a count of 12-4. So, see if the Ducks can get back in the win column here tomorrow night after they had their 3-game winning streak snapped here tonight. Ducks still lead the season series over the Riversharks 8-7, and as we mentioned, they are still in first place by 4 games in the Liberty Division standings here in the second half. That's going to do it for us here at Campbell's Field tonight. Once again, the final score: Riversharks defeat the Ducks by a final count of 10-5. We invite you to join us for our next Ducks broadcast, which will be tomorrow night when the Ducks and Riversharks do battle once again here at Campbell's Field. Pre-game show will begin at 6:50 p.m. First pitch slated for 7:05 here on the here on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball, and online on the Ducks official website as well, liducks.com. My name is Michael Pollock. Thanks so much for joining me here on your Monday night. Hope you enjoyed the broadcast. Have a great rest of your Monday night. We'll do it all over again on Tuesday here at Campbell's Field. Good night and so long from Camden, New Jersey.